Got it. Alrighty. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the HiDER Integrated Planning Workshop number 1 of 2. Thank you for joining us today. We have people joining outside of the HiDER proceeding, such as the general rate case and the risk-based decision-making framework. So I'm very excited to have this collaboration with different teams so we can find more ways to provide savings and value to our customers. Ground rules and workshop logistics. Ground rules, please raise your hand if you have any questions. Identify yourself and your organization before speaking. Do not repeat what others have already said, and please stay on topic. Workshop logistics, this is being recorded and will be uploaded to CPUC's website with the slides. LBEX and phone participants are muted until called on. Please remember to mute yourself after you finish speaking. WebEx participants can type questions and comments in the chat and they will be read aloud. You may raise your hand to ask a question yourself or follow up on your questions. So the agenda for today is the welcome and opening remarks, followed by presentations from each of the IOUs, PG&E, SCE, SDG&E. We will have 20 minutes questions and answer after each IOU makes their presentation. We will have an hour lunch at 11:40 to 12:40. And towards the end, we will have a stakeholder panel and open discussion as well as discuss next steps. Workshop objective is to learn purpose and benefits of integrated planning. There will be 2 workshops. The purpose of the first workshop is for the IOUs to present their initial proposals and to obtain feedback so they can adjust their proposals. The workshop number 2, they will be updating their proposals and presenting those, and then again provide and obtain additional feedback. I would like to give the mic to Commissioner Houck for the opening remarks.
Hi, good morning. I hope you can all hear me. Thank you for joining us today for the Integrated Planning Workshop. The HiDER proceeding Track 1 Phase 1 decision last year directed 2 workshops on the integrated planning, followed by the advice letter filing that John just provided in his overview. The purpose of today's workshop is for the utilities to consider how to better align the distribution needs identified in other processes and venues with their distribution planning process. This includes work streams like undergrounding, capacity upgrades for distribution infrastructure, wildfire mitigation, and the risk-based decision-making framework. The outcome of this workshop will be proposed methods from the utilities to consider whether increased project costs from upsizing assets are less than or equal to the risk-adjusted benefit from avoiding future projects to upgrade grid capacity. Given the intersecting work of this workshop and the integrated planning work stream with much of the Commission's other work on planning and risk assessment, it's critical that there's coordination across experts from the utilities, Commission staff, and interested parties on these different topics. Today, we will hear from the utilities and the parties on how to address these issues. I look forward to seeing how the utilities proposal will evolve from today based on this feedback, as the purpose of these workshops, again, is to foster generative discussion that will impact what's provided in the advice letter to be filed in December. So I want to thank the utilities for all of their work here, as well as our Energy Division staff for your support in hosting today's workshop. My advisor, Audrey Newman, will be listening throughout the day. I will be here for the beginning of the workshop, and then we'll go back and watch the recording. Again, I want to thank everyone for your participation on this very important work. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to John.
Thank you for your remarks, Commissioner Houck. So, as to reiterate the things that Commissioner Houck has said, I just want to give a background on why we want to do integrated planning. So we want to explore how investor-owned utilities can bundle capacity upgrades of distribution infrastructure with other work streams. This is to save cost. So for example, when undergrounding, a capacity upgrade can also be performed at the same time, and this would save cost by, instead of doing the work twice in a short span, then we can do both of them in the similar time frame. So that would avoid doubling the work. We want to consider multiple drivers for infrastructure upgrades and potentially address the different needs with one or fewer solutions. However, one thing we want to emphasize is that it should result in cost savings and not increase cost. We also do not want to hinder the development of the distribution planning process. For example, introducing delays in energization. And we do not want to force the IOUs to require additional advice letters to bundle, capacity upgrades with other work streams. Because this is integrated planning, it implies working with other work streams. So we have various CPUC teams that are working together. I'm John Cortez. I'm a regulatory analyst at the Grid Planning, Energy Storage, and Non-Wires Alternatives. We have Cruz Lopez he's a senior utilities engineer at the Electrical General Rate Case, and Emily Chen from the Safety Policy Division. She's a regulatory analyst at the Risk Assessment and Safety Analytics team. They will both be presenting and providing background information on how their work is related to integrated planning. So background is we had the decision back in October 23, 2024. This had been discussed by Commissioner Haupt in her opening remarks. So I'm not going to go over them again. Ultimately, the advice letter that will be due on December 15, 2025, will answer several questions, such as method for maintaining the flexibility of the DPP, how would the methods increase cost for projects, and how can the estimates change over time. Wildfire mitigation has been a huge issue and driver for large costs these past several years. So we will be looking into that one through the risk-based decision-making framework. We want to see how the IOUs will incorporate cost effectiveness and cost efficiencies in these different work streams. And we'll also be looking at higher fire threat districts and focusing on areas where we can find the most values. I would like to pass the mic to Emily Chen, who will be discussing the risk-based decision-making framework.
Thank you, John. So this is a brief overview on what the RDF is, and also some background information. The RDF, or risk-based decision-making framework, is used by IOUs to assess, manage, mitigate, and minimize safety risks. It regulates the way California's large electric and natural gas IOUs assess and disclose risks that have safety, reliability, and financial consequences. These risks and proposed mitigation plans are then presented in a risk assessment mitigation phase filing. Rulemaking 20-07-013, or the RDF proceeding, just closed, but the purpose of this proceeding was to further refine and revise the RDF that was established by the settlement agreement in Decision 18-12-014. A central element of the settlement agreement was the use of the multi-attribute value function, or MAVF, which produced a weighted risk score for each risk. This method was not standardized across IOUs, and the weighted risk scores could not be compared. So under the RDF proceeding, Decision R22-12-027 superseded the settlement agreement by requiring a cost-benefit approach and monetization of safety and reliability attributes. This shift from the MAVF to the cost-benefit approach provides for greater clarity and transparency when assessing risk and mitigations. And finally, the last point I want to mention is that Decision 2508032, which was just issued, closed the RDF proceeding. I will put a link to the RDF in the chat if anyone is interested in reading more on the RDF. For now, I'll pass it to the GRC team.
Hello, I'm Chris Lopez, engineer on Energy Division's Electric General Rate Case team. The team I'm on, along with our sister team on the gas side, take the lead in GRC proceedings and coordinate Energy Division's review of GRC requests. So as much of the work that would be identified in integrated planning ultimately would be presented as requests in GRC applications, the GRC team is interested in today's discussions. I believe some of the discussions today involve the combining of multiple work streams and the development of solutions that address multiple needs. And I just want to recognize that past GRCs have included similar requests with intersecting work and have presented this in a variety of ways. Some examples include detailing the factors included in the preceding planning process and in any modeling used to determine the forecast, including forecasted efficiency savings as a result of the combined work. And another example is explicitly scoping the work in one program to also include needed upgrades or other work separately detailed in another program. Just overall, I think in all of these situations, it's helpful when multiple workstream requests are clearly explained, mapped, and delineated in testimony and work papers so that the costs are clear. And just as some background, the rate case plan provides requirements and guidance on how GRC requests can be supported. So some pertinent excerpts from the plan are detailed in the slide. So where judgment is involved in setting an estimate level, explain why that particular level was adopted. State management's review criteria, including the factors considered by utilities management in approving various expenditure levels, and justification for the methodology used to develop each estimate shall be included. So overall, we're just looking forward to the presentations and discussions in this workshop, as well as any outcomes that will result from this. So with that, I think I'll pass it back to John.
Thank you, Emily and Chris. So now I would like to pass the mic to the Public Advocate's Office for their remarks.
Hi, I am Richard Coe, the Supervisor of the Distribution Planning and Policy Team at the Public Advocate's Office. Thanks very much for the invitation to speak today. In the course of developing the integrated planning concept, we've previously indicated support for the general concept of integrated planning. We did ask in the work leading up to this for a robust process for implementing it, and we do appreciate that we're holding this workshop today, that we have another one, and we think that the workshops really add a lot of support to parties in addition to the advice letter process. We think it just gives parties a better chance to understand the utility proposals, and that will result in better feedback. The example that we have been thinking of kind of using as our touchstone for integrated planning as we've gone through this is the utility is going out to build a trench for undergrounding purposes for wildfire mitigation. The risk is that the utility builds the trench for the size of the current lines that it has. The trench is not big enough to accommodate bigger lines. The there is the utility. Another area of the utility perhaps is thinking about increasing the capacity of the lines for load growth purposes, not wildfire mitigation purposes. And the trench gets built at a certain size, and then it constrains the ability of the utility to upgrade the lines for load growth purposes. As we understand it, and looking back at the ordering paragraph of the decision in 2024, we are considering here a mechanism that will be used in another proceeding, probably not high DER. It seems like wildfire mitigation is a key target of this. So it's a mechanism that we're developing, and it seems like, judging by the words of the ordering paragraph, and I'll just read them out, it's a Tier 3 advice letter proposing a method that calculates and considers whether the increased project costs from the increased sizing of any related assets are less than or equal to the risk-adjusted benefit from avoiding future projects to upgrade grid capacity. So what we are expecting to see here is a cost-benefit analysis, a methodology that includes from the utilities that shows how they are going to do this cost-benefit analysis. And it seems like something that will sit on top of a similar analysis that they're doing in another area, such as wildfire mitigation. So I think everyone should be thinking that what we are expecting to see here is the utilities to present a cost-benefit analysis for integrated planning. And what we're expecting to see in the advice letter is a cost-benefit analysis or a methodology for doing that. I will say that we only saw the slides for the first time last night. We haven't had time to do a detailed review of them. We do hope to do that at the next workshop, and certainly in response to the advice letters. I will just say that on a very quick skim of the slides, I haven't seen detail in there of the cost-benefit analysis, so details of what the costs will be, what the benefits would be, and I'm certainly interested in hearing from the utilities on that today in advance of the next workshop and the advice letter process. So I'll just say that 4 things that we are thinking about as we listen today and as we comment on the advice letters is that, we think that cost-benefit analysis is really important, and we want to ensure that the utilities cost-benefit analysis methodology is robust and that the inputs are clear and transparent. So benefits should be limited to ratepayer benefits, not extend to broader social benefits, and full costs should be included. So we want to see the details of the cost-benefit analysis. The second of these 4 areas is that we want to understand how the utilities are planning to integrate the cost-benefit analysis that they'll be presenting for integrated planning with the existing analysis process. As I said, we've been thinking about this in wildfire mitigation terms, and so in that case, we'd be thinking about how the cost-benefit analysis that is proposed for integrated planning will integrate with the current cost-benefit analysis, the risk-based decision-making framework, or RDF, that's currently used in wildfire mitigation. So how do the utilities propose that the integrated planning cost-benefit analysis will be used in tandem and will integrate with the RDF? So that's the second point. The third point is that, it's not particularly clear from the wording of the ordering paragraph, but I will note that that uses advice letter in the singular, and I think it would be best if the utilities propose one methodology rather than a separate methodology for each utility. I think ultimately Energy Division or the Commission is going to have to come up with one methodology, and I think it would be ideal if the utilities could come together and produce that methodology rather than Energy Division or the Commission having to pick between multiple methodologies to choose which is best. I think that also makes it easier for parties to review at the advice letter stage rather than having to comment on 3 different methodologies. And just finally, the fourth principle perhaps relates to cost containment and flexibility. So we'd like to see the IOUs propose mechanisms to contain costs if conditions change. For example, The IOUs could regularly review the actual costs as the integrated project progresses. If the costs increase such that the benefits no longer exceed the costs, then perhaps there could be an off-ramp for the project. The IOUs could amend or cancel the larger project. Similarly, if the load forecast, the load growth expectations were to change and the load forecast was to decline, the IOUs could also pivot, off-ramp the project. So we like the idea of nimbleness and flexibility. Those are the 4 principles that we are thinking of, and I will end my remarks there.
Thank you very much for your remarks, Richard. I would like to now introduce PG&E to their presentations.
All right, hey folks, this is Wen2 from Pacific Gas and Electric. Just checking that you guys can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, excellent. Do you mind if okay, so you have a version of our slides already, which is perfect. Do you mind if I share my screen so that I can, because we made a couple of just minor updates in the last 24 hours that we wanted to, in response to some of the feedback, and I just wanted to make sure that the audience seeing the latest and greatest.
Sure, go ahead and share your screen.
All right, give me a second here. All right, how is that looking?
Yep, we see it.
Okay, very good. So appreciate all.
Sorry, do you mind putting that in full screen presentation mode?
Yeah, that's fine. I can do that.
Thank you.
All right, just first appreciate the attention on this topic, and some of what we're going to be showing here at PG&E, it's our processes that we've had in place, or processes we've been developing, particularly around the topic of integrated planning. Certainly, as you guys will see as we go through our presentation, that the intention here of making sure that we're doing work in the most cost-effective manner possible. The PG&Es, we're very aligned to that, right? And that's certainly an outcome that we want to achieve for our customers as well, including all the stakeholders here that want the same thing. But the implementation here is a little bit different than the language of the ordering paragraph. You'll see here that I think the ordering paragraph 17, the ask, probably unintentionally, is prescribing a specific process for integrated planning, and we'll share what we're doing and discuss how that may or may be different to what's in the language, but how we're confident that the outcomes we're trying to achieve is the same as what I think the ordering paragraph 17 is intended. So we'll go through that as well. But first, what we want to do is discuss how we currently today go through our distribution planning process and how we determine how to upsize our conductors to meet capacity issues. We have Brad Detchen that's on the call here. Brad, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, Brad Detchen. Quick audio check. Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. I'm the manager of our area planning and tools team in our distribution planning group. And I'll just give a high-level overview of our current distribution planning process for specifically capacity planning and how that currently accounts for risk of future overloads or future project needs, and then hand it right back to Wen to talk about our proposal for integrated planning in the future. So those who have attended other proceedings that were involved with distribution planning may have seen versions of the slide before. This is our annual distribution planning process outlined in the 4 in the middle. But what we want to emphasize is that it is a dynamic process that evolves over the course of the year as we receive new service applications from customers, or as customer plans evolve, or as projects encounter new permitting obstacles or other things change. The process really begins at the end of each summer. So we're starting with forecast development now in October, now that the peak has passed and we have collected all of our meter data. We're able to establish the baseline for our forecast. Our forecast has spatial growth by category, including EV growth types, photovoltaics, energy efficiency, batteries. Those are determined by IPER caps from the CEC. We take our historic load, we put our known loads on top of that, and then with what is remaining in IPER allocation, we disaggregate by growth type around our territory over the 16 years of our forecast. That allows us to have a perspective on where overloads may occur in our system over the coming years. So we look at instances of bank and feeder outlet overloads, as well as line section voltage issues, under voltage or over voltage, line section 3 years into the future, bank and feeder 5 years into the future, extending to 10 years of this upcoming planning process. And based on where we see those overloads, we require our distribution engineers to design mitigation options to resolve those overloads in our distribution plan. They have a variety of tools in their tool belt to resolve those grid needs, and they always seek the lowest cost option. But as I'll talk about on the next slide, that lowest cost can require you to take a broad view at times, and sometimes the smallest scope is not always the lowest cost. But typically we seek first non-capital solutions, such as transferring load between circuits, and then the smallest incremental upgrades that we can make. But depending on the size of the overload or the scale of need in an area, we may need to replace line conductor assets, replace substation feeder outlets, or install new feeder outlets, build new feeders, replace substation banks, or install new substation banks, which can trigger high side upgrades, transmission voltage upgrades, like new protection arrangements, and so on. But simultaneously, we're always looking for ways to bring the customer online as quickly as possible. So if our capacity investment won't meet the customer timelines, we pursue bridging solutions such as flexible service connection, working with the customer to see if they can modify their peak load or shift their peak load to a different hour to avoid the capacity upgrade. We also work closely with our non-wires alternatives teams to look for battery storage or load management alternatives to the traditional capacity investment. All this together provides us with a forward-looking capital investment plan that is our distribution plan, and that is published generally in our annual grid needs assessment report as our plan investment list. That feeds directly into our annual investment planning or business plan development process. And when we are on a 4-year basis updating our general rate case, that is informed by the investment plan. Next slide. So, as I mentioned earlier, the smallest investment is not always the most cost-effective long-term investment, and this is where our area planning combines with our asset level planning to come up with a long-term plan. So, we'll provide an example on the right that is a cash flow analysis for substation capacity need that looks at the forecast over the coming years and evaluates 2 different alternatives. This is, imagine an area where there's continuous high levels of load growth, so that in the first years of the forecast, we need to address a bank capacity need, a substation transformer capacity need, and then that capacity need will intensify over the 3-4 years following that. So in this, we're looking at 2 different alternatives. We could either initially install 1 new 60 MVA bank at 1 substation. That would provide us with significant addition of bank capacity to serve this area for the long term. Or in the dash line alternative, you could put in a smaller bank initially. Rather than installing a new bank, you could simply replace a 30 MVA bank with a 60 MVA bank. That gives you 30 MVA of additional capacity in the area, but you will run into a bank capacity constraint a few years later, and you might look at another neighboring substation, replace a transformer at that substation. And so in that second alternative, you're pursuing two different projects in 2 different years, as opposed to the first alternative, you're doing it all at once. So having a holistic area plan that looks at not just which asset is overloaded, but what are the overall bank and feeder needs in an area, assuming we can transfer load between circuits and reconfigure circuit arrangements, allows us to ensure that we are building for the future and considering these long-term capacity risks. So this is our general philosophy for asset sizing. We use a net present cost analysis, which we use our ESOP cash flow tool to look at. And the graph on the right is a snapshot of our ESOP tool. And that allows us to look at a variety of different project alternatives over the future years of our plan. Last thing I'll mention is that the current proceedings and the decision we're awaiting on our proposal for pending loads and scenario planning and distribution planning is really intended to give us greater ability to plan for and invest in these future-looking needs that may be beyond the immediate known forecast of known customer service applications, but would be pending loads that are future customer plans, or a high scenario that might be driving larger investment needs in the future that we could potentially reduce the cost of by addressing upfront.
Yeah, thanks, Brad. So what Brad just described here is the let me just go back a slide here, is the current distribution planning process, right? So where Brad, correct me if I'm wrong, but your forecast development is looking out 13 years, is that correct?
Yeah, we have data in our forecast going out 16. Yes. Yep.
And so where the team, the distribution planning team, is determining the grid requirements, in what you saw on the subsequent slide was, in the development of the project proposals to address the capacity need, there is a longer look in integrating multiple needs to plan for the future, right? And those projects in our current process, those projects goes into the investment plan directly. Which means that each of these projects then goes into our investment planning process, by which we decide on an annual basis and a 6-year basis, what projects we're going to fund, and so decisions go into there. That's the current process. That's the process that we're utilizing this year for next year's work, and have been utilizing for a while. As we move forward into PG&E's as we update the PG&E's processes over the next couple of years to incorporate the concept of integrated grid planning, we do ingest the outputs of the distribution planning process differently, and so the evaluation and identification of the system needs from a capacity standpoint, and those projects that are being identified, they're going to, rather than going into the investment planning process directly, it's going to be ingested into the integrated grid planning process, where we aggregate all the system needs across those circuits. And so beyond just looking at a single project that addresses capacity needs, we aggregate all the system needs for asset health, reliability, wildfire, and also capacity, and to identify the most optimal solutions to address all the needs on the circuits all at once. So that we can then develop a multi-year plan that is optimized. And so the concept of bundling is the capacity work with other work, and the time of which that project is being executed on based on its value. It's going to be contained within that integrated grid planning process. And so what I wanted to do next is provide a high-level overview of what our integrated grid planning process is. And then through that call out where the integration of the capacity planning process exists, and also how does a subset of our IGP process actually meets the intentions of the or in paragraph 17. Okay, so very high level here. So the reason that PG&E we've been deploying a integrated grid planning process here for about, I think, 3 years now, and it's going live in next year's planning process. And the reason that we're doing this is, and I think there was a lot of recognition of this, from the introductions from the various parties, before, right, at the beginning of this workshop, is that we have we have multidimensional system needs that are arising within our grids that we need to manage, and so we have very important wildfire risk mitigation needs right now. We have increasing capacity and overloading needs based on the changing evolution of our energy consumers. So due to electrification and data centers and all the things that we've been talking about for the last 20 years. And obviously, traditionally, we have always needed to maintain the asset health of our grid, along with traditional benchmarks like reliability. We need to make sure that we still deliver reliable energy to our customers. And we need to do all of this in financially prudent and a safe manner as well, right? So it's becoming more and more important that we look at how we address all the system needs all at once and do it efficiently. And also our stakeholders, such as yourselves, have been asking for a while to make sure that there's clarity, consistency, and transparency in how we invest in our grid for our customers. How do we make our decisions? I think that's kind of a high level. What seems like the parties here are looking for is making sure that we have a coherent and a clear and a consistent process for how we make decisions in terms of where we invest in our grids. That's based on risk and that's based on outcomes that are positive for our customers. And we need to do this all in a very efficient manner, right, to ensure that we have customer affordability in mind. And so those are all driving factors to why we internally realized that we needed to develop a new approach to grid planning, which we term integrated grid planning. And so the integrated grid planning process does a couple of things for us. It helps us solve for multiple needs to our system. So the current day process for investment planning for PG&E is really to look at the work plan programmatically, right? We have reliability programs, we have a capacity program, we have wildfire programs, and a lot of those correlate to different chapters within the GRC, and there's this justification for where we're trying to spend this much on capacity programs and therefore getting these results from capacity standpoint. But what we're trying to do now is to look at how we integrate other objectives to get those 2 firsts and 3 firsts for every dollar we spend, right? A dollar that we spend could address holistically more benefits on wildfire capacity and reliability all combined, rather than to just try to optimize on a single one of those outcomes. We want to transparently be able to track the impacts to our grid and how our system is evolving over time through these investments as well. We want to build more stable plans, more multi-year plans for ourselves as well, and the integrated grid planning process will also do so. And also to once we have more stable multi-year capital plans, we're then able to more efficiently utilize the resources and actually plan for resources, both from a material standpoint and for our workforce standpoint. And so how the integrated grid planning process works, and I'll show slides that actually demo this, as you guys probably saw in the preview material. But what we're trying to aggregate is for every circuit, try to establish a normalized value of system risk or system needs as driven by wildfire risk, asset health, capacity, and reliability. And so we look at the system and every circuit and aggregate all of the system needs together in a monetized fashion, and then we identify for all of the system needs together, right? Not just for one of the needs, like wildfire or capacity, but all of the needs together. What is the best solutions to be able to apply to that circuit, to that distribution circuit, based on all the system needs? And so, just as an example, there may be circuits that has wildfire capacity and reliability needs that the most prudent and most cost-effective way to address all the system needs is by undergrounding. There may be other circuits where there may not be as high wildfire risks, so in the suburban urban areas, but where we have asset health, capacity, and reliability needs, where the most effective way to address those circuit needs is by doing a pole replacement and a circuit rebuild, right? And the premise is to be able to, when we perform work on these circuits, is to address all the system needs together in a bundled fashion as much as we can, considering all of our operational constraints. And so let's see, go to the next slide here. So this is a double clicking step process. So the idea within our 5-step process is that first we would define and determine the system needs. And I'll show you what that looks like. But for every single circuit, we consider all information, including age, the loading. We actually ingest the distribution planning results that Brad articulated. Those results get considered, factored into our system needs. We also intake our reliability performance and the outputs of our wildfire risk models, and also our asset probability of failure models, asset condition models. All of these different models that help us identify the circuit needs from a different dimension standpoint all gets aggregated and ingested into a single system, so we can look at the circuit needs holistically. From there, we then determine what is the best solutions to be able to apply to those circuits based on its system need. We look at different alternatives as well, and determine also the benefits of each of the solutions to the circuit. What is a wildfire buy down for this alternative versus that? So we identify the solutions that are eligible for those circuits based on its system need. At that point, we essentially assign those resolutions to each of the circuits, and so what we get there is then a unconstrained list of projects, right? So we haven't done any investment planning in terms of which project we're going to execute in 27 versus 28 versus 29. At this point, we have a wish list of all the circuits and all the work that the circuits are eligible for. And I do want to talk about the fact that this is where I think these 3 steps, and if we go into details of these 3 steps, this is the intention of the high DER proceeding here. It's that, and I do want to call out that the language of the Tier 3 advice letter is for us to be able to propose methods that calculates and considers whether increased project costs from increasing sizing of any related assets, so essentially capacity work, is less or equal to the risk-adjusted benefit of avoiding a future project. And so, in layman's terms, how I interpret that is what the advice letter is asking for us to be able to recommend is a process to determine whether we should bundle capacity work with other work or to keep the project separate. Right? That's inherently what it's asking for. What I will say is our integrated grid planning process, we don't actually calculate and make a decision circuit by circuit of whether we should bundle the work or not. Within the next 10 years, it seems pretty obvious to us that that rather than doing 2 projects on the same circuit with double the cost, that it is very obvious that trying to bundle all the work and addressing all the system needs all at once is the most cost-effective way of doing this. And so we don't perform a calculation per the request for the order in paragraph 17 and a comparison from project to project to be able to make that determination. We assume that the bundled work execution is going to be the most efficient way of addressing the system needs for our customers. But what we have done, and so we don't do a project by project evaluation of that, but what we have done is done a pilot. So we call this pilot mega bundling, where we have executed the work in a bundled fashion versus our baseline way of performing work. And for 3 different programs, what we found through that through our mega bundling pilot is that we're able to reduce our costs by our unit costs by an average of 18%, and we were also able to reduce the planned customer outages by nearly 50%. And so based on that pilot, we're very confident that if the bundled approach, right, the baseline approach is to try to bundle all the work and only to debundle when there's operational constraints that requires to do so. So once we have identified all of these projects, circuit by circuit of these bundled projects that considers wildfire needs, asset health needs, capacity needs, and reliability needs, at that point, we go through a optimization effort, still within our IGP process, the investment planning processes, to determine based on the net present value or cost benefit ratio, which project we should execute when, right? And so what we can do then is come up with a multi-year a proposal, optimized work plan of which projects to execute when, based on their value, their cost benefit ratio, and also the considering some regional and operational constraints, right? We can't, for example, do all the work within the Bay Area all within the same year. We just don't have enough crews here to do so, right? So we have to spread it out. That's one of our operational constraints. And so after applying the operational constraints, but the general premise is that we would execute the work based on doing the projects that has the highest value first. So that's a general overview of the integrated grid planning process here within PG&E. What I'm going to do next is go through a screenshot example of how this process works and the tools we utilize. But before I get there, I just want to pause. Do we typically ask questions during the presentation, or do we hold it off to the end? Anybody want to chime in on that? Give me some guidance on that.
We'll have a dedicated Q&A. Oh, go ahead, John.
Yes, we do have a dedicated Q&A after your presentation.
Perfect. Okay, thank you, guys.
And there is one question in the chat, and if it makes sense to answer it as you speak, we'll read it out to you, but we can also come back to it if it flows better. But this question came from Gordon Miles, did not identify their organization. Please do so. How is this integrated with RB PPF, not defined,
Yep,
as put forth in the present 2027 GRC? So what is RB PPF?
Yeah, I do understand what that is. Yeah, I'll definitely get to that question. Noted. Thank you. And I'll get to that during the Q&A. All right. And feel free to put additional questions in the chat, and so that we can definitely hit those. All right. So what I wanted to do next is again go through a screenshot demo of how this process works within PG&E. And so the first step, again, apologize for jumping around. The first step is for us to determine, and then aggregate all the system needs across the various dimensions that I discussed. We have a internally developed tool that on the Foundry platform that we've developed to aggregate all of our various asset risk models. We call this IGP SNAP, so System Needs Analysis Platform. It has within it our substation, distribution, and transmission system, equating to 4.56 million assets. And then we do also in here aggregate all of our different risk models and convert those risk outputs into a monetized value. As you can see, they're all in dollar values and normalized against each other. Now, these numbers, don't get caught up on these. This is just an illustrative environment, and we're in the process of updating these. So don't get caught up in the numbers themselves. Just the fact that we can split up the risk and articulate the risk in monetary values. Okay, so what it shows us then is our entire system needs in terms of reliability risk, capacity risk, and wildfire risk in terms of dollars, and broken down into the very asset classes. So you can see that we have for distribution, conductors, structures, circuit breakers, regulators, transformers, network cable, underground cables, network, and radial. And then for transmission, we also have circuit breakers, overhead conductors, steel poles, towers, wood pole, transformers, and regulators as well. And so we don't have all the assets in here, but the majority of the asset classes are in here. And so we aggregate all the risk for the entire system. And then we can go into, for example, certain regions. So here I've zoomed into San Jose and and only show the distribution system. And so you can see all these polygons here represents each circuit. And so if I click into details, you'll be able to see the actual circuit itself. Actually, I think that's on the next slide. So you can see the circuit itself within each of the polygons that's represented. Each polygon has a color coding in terms of the amount of risk in dollars that it carries, right? And so the interpretation here is that this circuit here is carrying more system need than perhaps one of the circuits here that's more in that beige color. And so within each of the circuits, we can click into it and figure out, what is the actual system need, circuit need for these circuits. And so for this circuit here, you can see that it has very little wildfire risk. However, most of the risk is carried by the underground radio cables, and it's split pretty evenly, maybe 1/3 to 2/3 around capacity and reliability. So there's a lot of capacity need. So this circuit here, there's actually there's a capacity need to look for solutions to address the additional load that's coming into the circuit in the next 10 years. Versus and in addition to some reliability needs as well in terms of probability of outages. And so all of this information is we have it at the system level and then regional. It's broken down into circuits, and it's also broken down into which specific assets are carrying the risk. So we understand where we need the interventions on which assets and which circuits. And so all of this information then gets sent into the next system, which is our Copperleaf IGP system. And let me just go back here. So the next thing I'm going to show you is Copperleaf will then apply the solutions, right? What needs to be done on that circuit based on the aggregated system needs. So let me just jump back here. And so you can see here, there's a list of 16,000 projects that we have on the distribution system. And so every single one of these roles represents one of the dynamic protection zones within our system. And so we have 16,000 dynamic protection zones. And for each one, there's a project that's recommended to address the system needs for that circuit. And so, for example, this one right here, you can see it's this project would address this much value in terms of thousands of dollars for capacity risk versus reliability risk versus wildfire risk, and has a total value of 33 million monetary risk units of risk, right, across all the different dimensions. And so there's 16,000 projects in here, I believe. Oh, I'm sorry, 15,000 projects in here, and there's and this is our essentially unconstrained wish list. If we had infinite dollars, right, this is all the work that we would do to address all the system needs across all the dimensions. And obviously that's not the case. And so what we would need to do next is, well, let me actually click into one of the projects first. So this is a click down into one of the projects in that list, one of the rows essentially. And so you can see for each of the projects, we have the cost for the project. There's a list of work that to be performed within that project, and then the value broken down into the various value measures that we have. So again, capacity, reliability, financial, safety, wildfire. And then based on the cost and the value, all in monetary dollars, then we can actually calculate essentially a net present value for that project, right? Taking the difference between the actual benefits versus the cost. And you can, if you guys have astute eyes, you'll see that the cost here is different than the cost here. And that's because it's calculating the net present value of the project after it's been completed, right? So the value, if it costs a certain amount today versus in the future, it's calculating net present value. All right, so again, each of the projects, if I click into even more detail, you can see what the work is actually being performed, right? So in this case, there's underground cable replacements, there's reconductoring for asset health, and also reconductoring and upsizing for capacity standpoint, right? So it's factoring in all the different, it is a bundle project that tries to, for that dynamic protection zone, do all the work to address all the needs at once, right? And we don't do an analysis to compare, okay, what if we did this project in a non-bundled fashion versus a bundled fashion? We don't do that type of analysis because it is assumed that within the next 10 years, that it would make a lot more sense to do all the work at once rather than to have 2 to 3 projects on the same circuit within the next 3 years. That seems pretty obvious to us that it would be less efficient and cost nearly double the price. And so that's what we had to show here today. So after that, what we can also discuss if there's interest is how we then do optimization, right, to come up with a multi-year plan. But I believe that our slides here and what I've shown here provides the team a overview of what we believe is in scope for this order in paragraph 17 in this high DER proceeding. Okay, so there's a couple of questions on the chat now. I don't know if you're going to Q&A now or John, how you want to handle this.
We're about 20 minutes early, so I think we can go ahead with the Q&A. I'll probably start off with questions raised in the chat.
Yeah, you got it.
I'll go back to Miles Gordon from Cal Advocates. He was asking is how is this integrated with the risk-based portfolio prioritization framework as put forth in the present 2027 GRC?
Yeah, so this is so as I said, this process that we're showing here is our future process that we're going to be deploying next year, and so this isn't a one-to-one correlation with the RBPPF that we're calculating today, but we are looking. So these values here, we're looking to leverage Copperleaf and the value models that we have to be able to use Copperleaf to be able to calculate our BPPF moving forward in the future. And so, but we don't have all the value measures yet to be able to do so, and so that's something that we're working on.
Okay. Next question from Richard from Cal Advocates. Your cost benefit analysis is just for prioritization, is that right? Is it applied on a project by project basis? What benefits do you propose to take into account?
Yeah, so is the cost benefit analysis used for prioritization? Yes. The value of each project we utilize to be able to forecast, hey, what is our risk evolution, between wildfire and if we perform all the work that we're stating, what is the evolution of the remaining system risk, right, over time. So we use that for those purposes as well. But the benefit, the cost benefit analysis that's performed that you see here, we do leverage that for prioritization. But it's not the only consideration when we're doing prioritization of our portfolio, because there are also operational constraints. We have a lot of constraints in terms of mandated work, compliance work, regional, operational, materials constraints, and financial constraints that we need to consider as well. So that all factors into our optimization, but it is being applied on a project by project basis. So we do compare one project against another project, therefore one DPZ or one circuit against another circuit to figure out where we want to do the work first. And what benefits do you propose to take into account? From a value measure standpoint, what you see here is what we take into account in addition to the operational the constraints that I discussed. But we are in the process of building more value models, and our intention is to be able to enhance and expand on our value measures.
Okay, thank you. Next question from Fred Haynes from CPUC. How is PG&E monetizing the value of the risks? Are you applying the RDF methods or value of the investments?
So yes, I believe so. Although I think I need to remember myself more. I actually let me take that one back and respond more eloquently because I need to just compare the RDF methods against what we're doing. But we do have but we can't provide a deep dive of how we're calculating and how we're monetizing uh, the values of risk more clearly. So, but I can't say, Fred, that for example, for reliability, we're actually utilizing the basis of that is essentially the ICE calculator, right? And so each minute of outage has its risk in terms of value in terms of dollars, and we calculate a probability of failure of our assets and translate that to a probability of outage. And then we look at the outage durations and then leverage the ICE calculator to calculate the monetary value for the probability of outages for each of the circuits. We're still enhancing our capacity value model to right now. We had a previous methodology which I'm sharing here, but we're up to net right now. So for wildfire, there's an equation for, I believe. Actually, I shouldn't say without going back, but we can provide more details on this one, on this question.
Okay. Next question from, sorry if I mispronounced this, Jermaine Cole from ADF. How, if at all, does PG&E's process include coordinating planning across the electric and gas systems? Example, estimating the cost effectiveness of upsizing electric grid assets to support greater electrification of current gas uses?
Yeah, great question. That's one of our long-term objectives for IGP is actually to do integrated planning across the different commodities. We hypothesize that there's going to be a lot of coordination that's going to get needed with the state electrification goals and decarbonization goals between gas and electric. I was actually just at a meeting yesterday where we're talking to our gas leadership about this. We don't have concrete plans yet for how to integrate the two planning, but some of the other things we're trying to do is we're trying to visualize where we're performing work on the gas side for our distribution system versus where we're trying to do undergrounding work on the electric side, and we hypothesize that there's going to be a lot of efficiency gain from leveraging the same trenches and so forth, because a lot of the work is actually carried by the excavation. So yes, that is definitely a goal of ours moving forward with applying integrated planning across the commodities, but we don't have firm plans at this point.
Miles Gordon from Color Advocate has a follow-up question regarding the risk-based portfolio prioritization framework. This testimony mentions the integrated grid plan, though.
Yeah, I believe it does. I need to go back and relook at the filings and what we have said. I'm a little disconnected from some of the proceedings, in the past. So we'll have to take a look at that to I think respond more eloquently to your question.
Question from Claire Broom from 350 Bay Area. How does your planning incorporate demand flexibility, such as California's 7 gigawatt target?
I'm not sure that I can answer that question. Maybe Brad. We don't have our transmission planning team on the line. Brad is representing our distribution planning team, and most of that 7 gigawatt target is coming from what we term beneficial load growth, but coming from a lot of data centers and direct connections to the transmission system. So I don't think we have the appropriate team here to answer that question. We can take that back if you'd like.
Noted. A question from, again, apologies if I mispronounced the names. Jeannie Mancone. I'm not sure what organization you're from. Is reliability following a major earthquake considered in the system need/risk assessment? How is it factored in if so?
Yeah, so I think what Jeannie is talking about there is really resiliency. So how does how resilient is our distribution and transmission system to major weather or natural disaster events, and how quickly can we restore? Um, it is not factored in today, but what we are looking at is looking at resiliency models and trying to build those to figure out how we can identify where we have resiliency risk, particularly on the transmission side, that would cause a large a large catastrophic unplanned outage event or cascading outages to high consequence areas. And so we don't have that today, but that is on our roadmap to build.
Okay, we have one more question and a follow-up comment from Richard, Call Advocates. What happens if there is an inconsistency between the integrated analysis you are showing and what comes out of the specific RDF undertaken for wildfire mitigation purposes?
Yeah, so I don't think there should be. So our wildfire what we're trying to do is ingest the exact wildfire model that's utilized for wildfire mitigation work purposes, and so there should be a one-to-one relationship there. What you see here, and like what you see on the screen here in terms of the model that we calculated, it's I believe it's the previous version that the wildfire team is utilizing, and so at this point. For the wildfire work, what we're doing is we're ingesting it as we're adjusting their projects, just like we're doing for capacity for wildfire. We're ingesting those projects into Copperleaf and looking for opportunities to bundle with the other identified system needs on the same circuits. So there shouldn't be an inconsistency, but we are treating what the wildfire team is doing as the source of truth for wildfire risk and wildfire work, and ingesting it in integrated planning.
I have a follow-up comment from Claire Broom when you were discussing about the California 7 gigawatt target. Claire, do you want me to unmute you so you can bring up your comment?
I can address Claire's comments.
Okay.
Yeah, when was pointing out that to give a comprehensive answer, we would need the perspective of transmission planning on. But it's absolutely true. Distribution load flexibility is part of the solution for some of these projects. We have a few different processes we're using to both look into load flexibility and build it into our process. So we have an epic that's underway that's allowing us to integrate load flexibility into our planning tools. We're also undertaking the electrification impact study part 2, and one of the 3 scenarios we're looking at in that is a load management scenario, which looks at both active and passive, or sort of managed and unmanaged loads, and increasing blends of managed loads in electric vehicle shapes over the future years of the forecast, and the amount that impacts our distribution investments over time. But to the extent that we're able to integrate it into our planning, it's the load flexibility is reflected in the IPER and changing shapes over time. So that comes from CEC, and then we do have specific projects that we're trying to pursue on a pilot basis to use known managed customers who have subscribed to managed charging pilots to see if we can use those for grid services. So we're still undertaking those on a pilot basis and building programs.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. This is Claire Broom from 350 Bay Area. And I appreciate Brad's explanation and that you will be looking into it. I think what we all want is a right-sized investment. And as you know, there have been a number of studies suggesting the potential for major savings from load flexibility, from storage on the distribution grid. So what you're trying to do is really complicated. I just really want to understand how you can do integrated planning effectively without recognizing the full value of both demand flexibility and other DER. And specifically, in fact, from the recent Energy Commission Summit, the DSGS on the distribution grid seemed to have the greatest potential for moving California toward that 7 gigawatt load. So this is not a minor part of it. So I'll look forward to further thoughts and plans for how we incorporate that value, which can make a huge difference for ratepayers. Thanks.
Does PG&E want to comment on that? If not, I can move on to the next question.
Yeah, I think Claire's comments were well received. I don't know that I don't really know that we need to. I think it was more of a comment, and it's definitely something that we're looking into bringing as well.
Okay, next question from Chris Lopez from the CPUC GRC team. Do you have an estimate of the total monetized value of the risk of the entire system using the methodology?
Yeah, this is actually a really good question. I don't think that we should treat these monetized value as some type of indication of the monetized value is it's a risk number, right? It allows us to prioritize within the projects that we have, within the circuits that we have, but it doesn't speak to some type of like overall truth about the risk on the system. And so it's just it's a number that helps us calibrate and compare costs versus risk, and it allows us to therefore calculate cost benefit ratios, and allows us to be able to then prioritize our work, right? And provide transparency on why we've selected certain work versus other. But when we aggregate it all and say, oh, okay, there is a $2 billion of risk on the system, that doesn't really, I don't think tells us something holistically. So I would caution us in trying to extract more meaning out of that number than what we are intending to use it for. But it is a great question, Chris, and thanks for teeing that up.
Next question from Richard, Call Advocates. You said earlier you don't do a bundled versus non-bundled analysis, but you also said you are looking for opportunities to bundle. Aren't those statements inconsistent? I think OP17 is requiring a bundled versus non-bundled analysis for each project.
Yeah, and that's my point. So Richard, so we always look for bundled, right? So there are times when there's projects that comes us from different programs, and then we always look at all the other system needs for those circuits and try to bundle it. And so we're always looking to do the work in a bundled fashion, because our hypothesis is that a bundled execution where there's no operational constraints is always going to be more efficient over the next 10 years, right? So we're not going to try to bundle, for example, we're not looking beyond 10 years. So we're not trying to bundle work that's needed today versus work that we identified a need for in 20 years, right? And so my statement is constrained to the next 10 years. So I don't believe it's inconsistent. And yes, I agree. I think OP17 is requiring an analysis for bundle versus not bundle, right? And that's what I was saying in the beginning, is that I think that the language within ordering paragraph 17 is essentially unintentionally, I believe, prescribing a methodology for integrated planning. I believe that our process here meets the intent of what ordering paragraph 17 is looking for, but not in the prescriptive way that it's intending. So that's why we gave an overall overview of what our integrated grid planning process is and what we're intending to do with it. So there is an inconsistency there, and that was a lot of our concerns actually around ordering paragraph 17.
I believe that's the last question we have on the chat. Does anyone go ahead, Gabe?
Well, I was just going to say, if you want to ask a question, you can also raise your hand. We appreciate the really good questions so far coming through chat, but if there are questions that people would like to raise their hands for, we can entertain that as well. While we're waiting for any more questions, I would like to ask one myself. Again, this is Gabe Petlin with the Energy Division. So just to make sure I'm understanding how your proposed integrated planning framework integrates with the already existing methodologies that establish risk-based decision-making in the GRC, you're taking those essentially as inputs and running them through your own capacity planning and looking for opportunities to bundle. I just want to confirm that you're not creating a different or new method of calculating risk and cost benefit that's pretty much already existing.
Yeah.
Is that fair statement?
Yeah, we're not doing that. Yeah, you're right. So I guess two things. So yes, we're not going to be creating a separate risk evaluation. What our next so we developed integrated grid planning based on what we believe our internal factors are for our value managers need to be to prioritize work. And our next step and within our 2026 goals is to align the value framework with RDF and then also the new requirements for the REM filing that just got published. So that is work still to be done. I will say that I'm having difficulty answering also these questions because I'm not as educated yet on RDF and some of the other work because that wasn't the area of focus for this workshop. So we didn't really necessarily come prepared for that, but that is something my team is already looking into.
Richard has a question. Also, my apologies, I didn't have the raise hand feature enabled earlier, but that is now turned on.
Look, I just wanted to go back to this issue of doing the bundled versus non-bundled, and I understand PG&E is saying that they always do bundled. And like I said, I think ordering paragraph 17, it seems to be getting at a project by project analysis of whether an enhanced project, the costs and benefits of that outweigh the non-enhanced or I guess non-bundled project. And I think if you go, I know that the original staff proposal from early 2024 is ancient history, but there was a formula in there that tried to compare the increased cost for the current project and whether that's less than the probability of future grid need multiplied by the cost of the enhanced project. And I guess, I mean, I was thinking of something like, you know, you're doing undergrounding in, say, Lassen County, and at the same time, you're thinking of the potential for EV load in Lassen County. That's a fairly remote county in PG&E's territory. And you see that there's a very low probability of increased EV load there. I mean, I guess the analysis that I was thinking of was, do you say, well, there's a very low probability of EV load in Lassen County, but hey, we're going to build it bigger because we always do bundles. I mean, I guess what I was just trying to understand, it's a project by project analysis, isn't it? And you need to say, well, the cost of building that project, building the trench twice as big is enormous. The probability of the EV load coming online is actually very low. So, hey, we think that the costs of doing the bundled project probably outweigh the non-bundled project in that respect. I mean, I guess that's the sort of thing that I was thinking of as a way to integrate what you would be doing for wildfire mitigation purposes, and then what might be needed for load growth purposes, but doing an analysis of the potential for load growth and the potential for a future bigger projects to understand that, hey, in this case, it's not needed.
Yeah. So Richard, I think I hear your question as how do we handle the probability of load growth in our system needs identification, right? And so maybe Brad, if I can just tap on you here.
Well, I think that's one example. I think it's just one example. There could be a lot of reasons you integrate, but it's. I guess I'm trying to give that as an example of a wider concern, which is that I think you do need to compare the non-bundled project with the costs and the benefits of the bundled project.
Yeah, I mean, our hypothesis is that I don't think we need to do those calculations project by project because we are intaking our various risk analysis as discrete system needs, right, over the next 10 years. And so if it's a discrete system need, then over the next 10 years, we are going to try to bundle the work to address that system need. In the way I'm trying to, I think what you're saying is, well, there are some system needs that may be low probability versus high probability, right, of actually being realized. And so how do you guys handle that? And so that's why I was going to ask our upstream teams how do they handle probabilities in their system analysis. Because Richard, we are talking about a 10-year horizon, right? And so if there is a discrete, so the way that our system works here is all of these needs are real, and there isn't a probability that's associated with these system needs here in our aggregation. And so from my standpoint, my team is doing the IGP process. We don't apply an uncertainty to these system needs, and therefore we are going to try to address it.
Can I just say that, like saying that all the system needs are real, I mean, we've been doing a lot of work in the pending load space, right? And there's different levels of confidence of data coming in to support pending loads. And that means that some pending loads are more certain than others. And I mean, we're dealing with shades of gray here in terms of which needs are likely to eventuate. So I mean, I just don't think it's not as black and white as saying, well, all the system needs are real. We're dealing with in the load growth space with uncertainty, and I think that's what this OP17 and what was in the staff proposal is trying to address. It's how do you take into account that uncertainty?
Yeah, and my point is, I think that's dealt with upstream in the system analysis, right? The distribution planning process. Brad, do you want to weigh in on that? How do you guys handle uncertainty in terms of load growth?
Yeah, I mean, in our spatial growth model, the farther out forward into the forecast you look, in general, the lower certainty we have, and so we are typically prioritizing our investments in terms of what's needed soonest. And so most of our investments go towards serving known load applications where we have an application in hand, but where we are addressing forecasted overloads in spatial growth, we're addressing generally those ones that are occurring in the relatively near term. And we may create the order numbers for a future project that would be needed to address future overloads, but we would not prioritize it for immediate investment. There are larger needs that require us to take action sooner, even though they're arising in the later, more uncertain years of the forecast. But those would be ones, indicating that a certain city is likely to grow a lot because of, changes in zoning, and we therefore need to build a substation. So we may have low we may have relatively low certainty about exactly where that growth will pop up around the city's borders, but we know that something will happen and that something will be needed. And so we may go buy a substation land parcel and start our permitting process to prepare for that eventuality, and then continue advancing the project later on as it becomes more certain. So we might, once we own the land, we probably would not purchase equipment for it until we have more known applications in hand or a higher confidence pending load in hand.
Okay, we have did we finish this discussion, or should I move on to the next question? Okay, go to the next question from Eddie Schmidt from CPUC. Can you discuss whether OpEx projects are ever bundled with CapEx projects, and if so, does PG&E intend to report those bundles as CapEx or OpEx in a GRC application?
Yeah. Yeah, really great question. So the first part, yes. So right now, all of our bundling efforts are on the capital side. So the projects that have come out next year for 2027 execution from IGP, these bundle projects, it's going to be fully capital programs. But to get the most value out of integrated planning, we are also looking to bundle expense work with the capital projects as well. And we're looking into how to do that right now. A lot of the expense projects are more time dependent, and so we're trying to figure out how to coordinate those two. And we don't have yet a plan of what that GRC application would look like, right? Because I think what you're pointing out is that there's a fundamental inconsistency between the GRC structure today, the programmatic view, versus the kind of the integrated planning execution, work planning execution process that we're suggesting here. And so that's something that we're going to have to work through over the next couple of rate cycles with the CPUC and all stakeholders.
Thank you. The time is now 11:33. We do have a planned lunch for an hour at 11:40. I just want to check if there's any more follow-up questions or comments. And if not, then we will proceed to our lunch break and be back at 12:40 p.m. for SCE's presentation. Alrighty, thank you everyone, and see you at 12:40 p.m. Good afternoon, everyone. It's now 12:40. I hope everyone had a good lunch. Let's wait a couple minutes for everyone to get back on. All right, would you prefer to do the slides or do you want, I can do it also, but if you prefer to do it or someone from your team.
Hi, John. I think it would probably be best if you do it. We have a few different presenters, so I think maybe, yeah, if you could do it. Were you
Okay.
doing it for PG&E?
No, PG&E was doing it since they had to
Oh.
go back and forth.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
mind either way, but if you just see yourself having to like move it back and forth like
Oh,
they
I
did.
didn't realize. I'll go ahead and do it. Nope, no. But they were projecting their own deck. Since you're already projecting, why don't you go ahead and do it? I don't want to switch screens now and have us project it.
Okay, that's good with me.
Yeah. Let me know when I should introduce the team. I'll just wait for your cue.
Yeah, I think we can start. It's 12:41.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, everyone. I'm Ari Altman, case manager for the high DR proceeding at SCE. I'm going to be joined today by two colleagues who will be presenting our integrated planning proposal. It will be Christina Tan and Michael Bergen. Christina is a senior advisor on the grid policy team in system planning and engineering, and Michael Bergen is senior manager on the team. And I wanted to thank Commissioner Hauk for her introduction and the focus on a key question we are all trying to answer, which is whether to upsize. SC would also note that this is a question being asked in other contexts within the high DR proceeding, for example, in pending loads. And getting this all right is quite complex and a lot of work. But it's a great sign that so much of this is being wrapped up and handled in one proceeding. We really appreciate that. I also want to thank Wen and the team from PG&E for their presentation. We've been exchanging ideas with them over the past few months and learned a lot in the process. Also, of course, San Diego will be speaking after us. So a lot of great collaboration there. And just at the outset, you can see the agenda on screen. I just want to also mention, tying into the prior conversation with PG&E and the questions that were asked, that we do similarly view OP17, and that in part that we don't think it was intended to compare bundled and unbundled projects. We also believe that there are some short-term actions that don't really require full quantification. I think you got that impression from PG&E. Basically, we're upsizing projects makes perfect sense. The additional work is already planned out, and it's a clear win. So I know a lot of folks are interested in the quantification. We're still working on that. Michael and Christina will share how far we've gotten at this point at workshop 1, and we plan to present a bit more of that in workshop 2. So I just wanted to give people a sense that, you know, we're sort of aligned with PG&E, and hope that you'll work with us through this workshop and advice letter process to refine the approach, but understand that in some cases, it really does make sense to view things as it it makes sense to bundle these projects to, or I should say, to upsize the projects, because it's a win-win in the short term. So I think you'll see that from our speakers. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Christina to kick off this deck. If there's anything else you wanted to say on the agenda, Christina, please feel free. Otherwise, I think John could probably proceed to the next slide.
Thank you, Ari. How is my sound coming through?
We can hear you.
Great. Thank you. As Ari mentioned, I'm Christina Tan from Southern California Edison's grid policy team within the System Planning and Engineering Division. And I'm delighted to be here with you all as we share SCE's integrated planning work. First, what we'll do is cover the drivers for integrated planning. Now, the mission of our integrated planning work is to increase operational efficiencies while enhancing our customers' experience. To better understand that, I want to start by providing some background and context about Southern California Edison. We serve 15 million customers, making us the second largest electric utility in the nation by customers served. And similar to the CPUC, we are just as committed to achieving California's 100% clean energy goals by 2045. A lot of that, as most of you know, is dependent upon electrification. Now, prior to the high DER decision directing us to do integrated planning, we as a company had already begun exploring integrated planning, and we already started the foundations of integrated planning. Now, a lot of that work came because of our own Edison International studies indicating that an unprecedented amount of electric demand was going to be seen, unlike that we've seen before on our system. And we knew that we had to fundamentally change the way that we operate as a company. So what we did is we identified 3 primary factors here as to why integrated planning is a crucial component for executing this work needed, and in a way for us to do it in a feasible and cost-effective manner. The first gray box that you see here is customer experience. We want to send crews out to a location fewer times in order to reduce disruption and outage times. The next box is affordability. A large reason why we took on integrated planning is affordability for our customers. We'll be seeking to address multiple grid needs with streamlined mitigations in order to keep our costs down. And we want to reduce duplication of work and make smarter investments. I'll get into more information and details on this in a couple of minutes. And last is just the sheer volume of work that we have coming also means that scoping and execution efficiency is top of mind. In our white paper titled Countdown to 2045, we forecasted more than 1,400 new distribution circuits needed to meet our 2045 goals. That requires us to rethink how to reduce the volume of duplicate and disparate activities that we've seen. And as we saw earlier this morning with PG&E's presentation, and as some of you may have seen from other utilities or consultants in the nation, these goals here aren't unique to Edison. We aren't the only electric utility pursuing integrated planning, but we may be doing it differently than how others are. If you could advance to the next slide, please. What I want to do now is talk about how we may be doing it a little differently. The first 2 bullets on this slide make an important distinction between integrated planning and integrated execution. Integrated execution was always an SCE best practice. Integrated planning is a fundamentally different approach to how projects are scoped and how work in the field is ordered. Traditionally, we had work orders for separate needs on the grid being created. Then they would be bundled together if the scheduling and the location of the work made sense. On the other hand, integrated planning is how we take a look at all grid needs, then come up with a robust solution to address those needs. And that is what is sent to the engineering, design, and construction teams. Now, there are 4 dimensions to highlight when we look at integration. First driver here, or the first dimension here, is the drivers. When we do integrated planning, we're looking at all needs in a geographical area rather than looking at separate solutions per need. Similar to what we heard Wen describe earlier, we want to address all needs on the circuit at once. For example, if we are performing wildfire mitigation work, and in that same area, we can also upgrade our old 4 kV circuitry and install maybe 12 kV or 16 kV lines. we'll do that. We'll take that opportunity and better support future load growth. The next dimension here that we look at is voltage level. We want to have stronger coordination between our transmission and distribution work. For instance, if there's work on a 12 or 16 kV distribution circuit identified in a location, we can also look at the 115 kV line located within that same region. Third here is time, and that's the evaluation of long-term needs and solutions while developing project scope in the near term. We don't want to build for the future and then come back to remove that work, right? We want to avoid taking another outage at a location in order to upgrade a piece of equipment when we could have done it all at once in the beginning. In a nutshell, we're looking to future-proof solutions when and where it makes sense. And then we have asset type. That means addressing asset interdependencies when we're scoping our projects. For example, if we have an underground structure upgrade, if it could be done with planned cable replacements needed for reliability purposes, then it avoids us sending crews out for multiple visits to the same location for different assets. There's a significant reliability benefit here in that holistic engineering and design ensures that the upgrades operate seamlessly together as well. And for the next slide, I'll actually pass it on to Michael to introduce how our integrated planning work ties into the high DER proceeding.
Thank you, Christina, and good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for being here for today's workshop. So from a process standpoint, this is how we envision integrated planning to take place. And as Christina mentioned, our integrated planning process is looking for opportunities to improve scoping and execution efficiency, which under the right conditions includes upsizing non-capacity projects to address multiple grid needs. The process you see on the screen here combines capacity needs that are identified from our annual distribution planning process with other non-capacity grid needs like wildfire mitigation, infrastructure replacement, and reliability improvements. Now, the capacity needs, as many of us are familiar, are driven by load growth, including customer energization requests, and typically those capacity solutions are designed to ensure that the grid can meet future demand, that our customers can energize on the timelines that they desire. Non-capacity needs include a variety of programs, as I mentioned, wildfire hardening, aging asset replacement, reliability upgrades, and these non-capacity solutions are focused on reducing the risk that a negative outcome will occur, such as outages or impacts to safety. Now, historically, these non-capacity projects were really driven from a program standpoint and typically handled as like-for-like replacements. With integrated planning, we're seeking to change that by enabling us to visualize grid needs across the system, both non-capacity needs and capacity-driven needs, so we can determine where we should upsize the non-capacity replacements in anticipation of future capacity needs. So what we see here on the slide is the process we've implemented today. We have an integrated planning pilot that we've been running so far this year. We started it earlier this year. And we'll go ahead and dive into some of the steps in more detail here. So at a high level, there's three main steps, as you can see in the gray, yellow, and green boxes. And similar to PG&E, we believe the first two boxes fit neatly within the scope of high DER track 1. Step 1 includes the identification of overlapping grid needs. And in this step, we are combining those capacity and non-capacity needs. Again, aging infrastructure, future load growth. And we're doing this in a platform that enables us to see everything together on a geospatial basis. And in one of the following slides, we'll take a closer look at how that's envisioned to look. In step 2, this is where we are developing solutions that address multiple sets of needs where there's an opportunity to do that. So in step 2, we're looking for the coexistence of capacity and non-capacity grid needs, and then making the decision to upsize only the portion of infrastructure being replaced if it aligns with future capacity needs. So that's a key point you'll hear us mention throughout this presentation. And then the third step focuses on scoring and scheduling the larger collection of work over the longer term, making sure that we optimize the geographic execution of work within a given year, and then also respect constraints such as budget and crews. So one question that may come up when you look at this process is, what's falling out of step 2 and going back down into the distribution planning process? So the key factor I mentioned earlier is the integration of solutions where the needs are overlapping. Now, what's falling out of step 2 and going back down to the distribution planning process is elements of the capacity project that do not overlap with non-capacity needs. And that would effectively reduce the scope of the capacity-driven project, and that project would continue on its normal prioritization process. Additionally, one other thing to mention here is prioritization of non-capacity and capacity needs are characteristically different. As I mentioned earlier, the non-capacity needs are based on risk reduction, so reducing the probability of asset failure and the associated consequences, whereas capacity is based on the certainty of the load. So if we miss the deadline on a capacity project, there's a 100% chance that that customer is not going to be able to interconnect at their full load request on the timeline that they're seeking. So key takeaway on this slide before we move off here is this implementation of integrated planning for SCE is really focused on strategically coordinating all of the needs to maximize efficiency and value. The process that we depict here on this slide reflects what we have currently in implementation for our pilot. And with everything we're doing, we continue to look for ways to expand and refine this process, especially based on the feedback that we're hoping to get from stakeholders today. And just the last thing on this slide is, the benefits that are enabled by this are increased scoping and execution efficiency by preparing the system to address both capacity and non-capacity needs, again, in the areas where it makes sense to do so. So on the next slide, we'll take a closer look at step 1, and I'll pass it back to Christina for that.
Thank you. Within step 1 of our integrated planning process, first of all, it will seem very similar to PG&E's preliminary steps as well. What we're first doing is collecting all of our system needs across all of the dimensions that I previously mentioned into a visualization tool. So on the left side of the slide, we have a funnel. We see wildfire work, distribution needs identified within the DPP as required within OP16. There's a bubble for infrastructure replacement or maintenance work, grid modernization, undergrounding, pre-existing work, and all other distribution work. That's all consolidated into a software. And here is a sample of what that would look like within a geographical area. What we'll do is we'll use the visualization software to consolidate the needs within each area. Then once we have the needs, we will develop potential solutions for each area. This means a preferred as well as an alternative solution. And I'll pass it back to Michael to give more details on how those solutions are developed.
All right, so this step 2 is all about how we identify the solutions to address grid needs. Once we have all of the needs visualized on the GIS tool that we just saw on the last slide, we begin evaluating the most cost-effective solution while considering execution feasibility and standards. So today we do this manually, but we have plans to enable software capabilities that can assist us in this process in identifying the preferred and alternative solutions, sort of like recommended solutions that we would then validate and build from. The table at the bottom of this slide includes what we refer to as our solution menu, or you can think of it as the tools in the toolbox that we have to address grid needs. And in general, for each of the columns in this table where there are multiple items, the solutions that are at the bottom of each column are typically less complex and less expensive than the options that are at the top of the list. And those less expensive, less complex solutions are always evaluated first. Now, the solutions shown in this table are not limited to addressing the needs that in the column that they're under. So for example, We have converting a 4 kV feeder to a higher voltage under the distribution overhead infrastructure replacement column. But that solution could actually be used to enable distribution capacity or to address multiple sets of needs. So the bottom line here is either by themselves or in combination, these solutions are used to address the grid needs. So in the next slide, we'll look at how this all comes together. So let's go ahead and advance to the next slide and we can take a look at an example. So here we have a visualization of two grid needs that occur on a given circuit. So in the aerial map in the top right-hand corner, we have green segments that represent non-capacity needs, effectively to replace conductor to reduce the risk of wire down events, which also addresses impacts to reliability. And then the orange segment is a representation of capacity needs to serve forecasted demand. And even though they are separate lines on this map, those color-coded lines within the blue oval are actually the same conductors in this example. So let's walk through how this works in the table below. So on the first row, or the first two rows, we have a combination of non-integrated projects. Project A, again, is the green sections of the map above, and this represents replacing bare conductor based on its age primarily, while also utilizing covered conductor to address public safety risks. And this need is driven to occur in year 3. Project B is driven by the need to increase capacity to meet forecasted demand growth, and that is expected to occur in year 6. Now, if we did not integrate Project A and B, Project B by itself would remove the 1/0 bare conductor that was installed as part of Project A, and then replace it with 336 covered conductor. So just a larger conductor size, larger overhead conductor size, also covered. And the impacts of this are obviously something that we want to completely avoid. Twice the amount of material, labor, multiple planned outages impacting customer experience, and then assets that are not utilized to their full useful lifespan. So there comes integration. Project C in this example. So for Project C, we combine the work from both into a single work order that addresses both drivers, only where the grid needs overlap. So again, the Project A is all of the green sections. You can see there are green sections that do not fall within the blue oval. So those will not be integrated into Project C. Only the coexisting grid needs on the green section and orange section that are within the blue oval will be combined. And the result of that is a portion of the capacity need is accelerated. So from year 6 to year 3 here, and a single work order is created for the green segments that are outside the blue oval, and another work order is created for the integrated project within the blue oval. So that's again, in the blue oval is the integrated solution, and then that would also be bundled with the green segments that fall outside of that, so that we could achieve the execution efficiency of performing this work at the same time. And that yields the benefits of, again, a lower number of outages to reduce the impact on customer experience, and efficiently dispatching our crews to this area the minimum number of times. Okay. One other mention in the footnote here is that we're currently developing guidelines to determine whether to integrate projects or not. So similar to, I believe, what was mentioned in PG&E's presentation, we want to avoid having our engineering and design teams doing things twice. So developing scope either at a high level or a detailed level, and then assigning a cost estimate to each of those non-integrated solutions solely for the purpose of comparing those. So our thought is perhaps the use of guidelines, and guidelines could be established to help us in the decision making for when to do this integration or not. All right, so I think that covers the example here. And I think it goes back to Christina for the next one.
Yes, thank you. Can I get the next slide, please? We'll close out with an overview of the current status of our integrated planning. As you can see, integrated planning is really a tremendous undertaking that impacts multiple departments across the company. An incredible amount of thought and work has gone into transforming the company's processes to be more of an integrated approach. This year, we conducted an integrated planning pilot and delivered integrated scope projects. To date, more than 400 circuit segments have been released for execution. We have another 40 circuit segments currently being evaluated for integration. The majority of the circuit segments that we've released are capacity projects with infrastructure replacement projects attached to them or bundled with them. And the pilot includes projects integrated across all of the 4 dimensions that I mentioned. It's the drivers, voltage, time, as well as assets. We are developing and enhancing a technology roadmap for data integration, solution optimization, and project visualization. The reason for this is that with the large amount of data and integration needs, we are evaluating new technologies such as new software, such as the visualization and GIS software that you saw a screenshot of. We're also developing processes to establish a long-term, repeatable and scalable integrated grid planning process. We are looking to perform integrated planning on all grid work across all voltage levels. And because it is such a huge culture shift, we need that long-term repeatable process. And then lastly, what integrated planning means for us, and in order for us to get there, is it's going to require a lot of collaborating with management at all levels. It's going to require collaboration with everyone throughout the company. And we need to foster that culture of proactive problem solving. In order to get there, we're in the process of training thousands of employees throughout the company on a brand new operating model in order to achieve these integrated planning goals. We want to ultimately get us to a point of having that repeatable, scalable integrated planning process that will ultimately lead us to achieving our clean air and clean energy goals. In closing here, based off the questions that we heard during PG&E's presentation, we just want to acknowledge that there is an appetite for more details on how our upsizing decisions are made or when to integrate, when not to integrate. We'll plan on providing more details to those questions during the next workshop. There's a second workshop that we're planning, and we'll touch on some of those OP17 questions. So with that, we'd like to welcome feedback and questions as it helps us prepare for the next workshop as well as the advice letter.
Thank you, SCE, for your presentation. We do have a few questions on the chat, and I would start it with Richard regarding slide 39. So in here, Richard from Cal Advocates is asking, what does this mean for what is in SCE's DUPR, which just shows the projects to address capacity grid needs? If the integrated planning projects are different, does that mean that DUPR projects do not proceed?
Yeah, so I can take a stab at that one. So I think there's a couple of items we need to iron out in terms of how multiple changes from track 1 will result in differences in how we approach the DUPR report. But at this point, the initial thought is the DUPR will still represent the projects that come out of the scenario-informed investment plan, so as required by the scenario planning or contemplated in scenario planning. However, portions of that scope will be peeled off and potentially executed as described in the example at different times. So over time, the scope of that project will evolve. However, the representation in the DUPR will be, at least at the onset, the complete representation of the capacity project.
Okay, next question, also from Richard. You said you will upsize only if it aligns with future capacity needs. To me, OP17 is trying to provide a standardized approach to making this assessment, as well as providing transparency for stakeholders. Will you provide a methodology for how you will make this decision? Will this weigh benefits versus costs?
Yeah, so our current plan for our OP17 advice letter will certainly describe a methodology that we use to make the decision here on whether to integrate or upsize or not. We are still thinking through how we quantify that, similar to PG&E's remarks.
Those are the only two questions I saw in the chat. Anyone else can raise their hand if they have any more comment or questions. Claire, hold on, I will unmute you.
Hi, Claire Broom, 350 Bay Area. I was looking at your slide 40, and it's 39 in the slide deck. So maybe it is 39. And yeah, here we go. And you said that these were the solutions that you utilized in starting with the bottom. And I was curious for distribution capacity. I don't see anything about using DER to minimize peak load, for example. Could you comment on that or tell us how you would incorporate that into your planning?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Claire. So to my understanding, we've attempted to competitively source DER for deferral of capacity needs via the DIDF that was previously in place as part of the DRP. And based on the experience there, we were unable to actually achieve the deferral, to my knowledge. Now, when it comes to things like demand flexibility, as you'll see in our forthcoming EIS2 draft at the end of this month, we're really focused on the steps that need to be taken to confirm that demand flexibility is both reliable and dependable in achieving a reduction of peak load. And we offer some suggested next steps for how that could be potentially evaluated for incorporation into the solution menu we see here.
Thanks, that's interesting. And another question is, you talked a lot about reducing outages as a priority, which certainly we all would agree with. The Lumen study that has been conducted for PUC and for the Energy Commission is showing, and in fact, I think it was an SCE territory, that over 90% of outages were on the distribution grid. So I'm wondering how you're incorporating the value of DERs for avoiding outages on the distribution grid.
So at least for me, I don't believe that's something that I'm familiar with evaluating. I mean, initial thoughts that come to mind for me is, at least for not avoiding outages, but potentially reducing outages, we would need grid forming DERs to be present and basically be operating microgrids. So those are the initial thoughts that come to mind for me, but I don't believe we've done that type of analysis as part of our annual planning process.
Yeah, and I think this is a work in progress, but I would say this is not just about microgrids. For example, storage in front of the meter on the distribution grid is extremely valuable resource for preventing at least some of those 90% of outages. So I'm encouraging all of us to think about how we incorporate this value into our planning and also our cost effectiveness analyses. Thanks.
Thank you.
I don't see any other question, but I do have a question myself. Again, I'm John from CPUC and a grid planning team. Let me go to that slide. So I'm curious about the step 3, which is like the scoring. And we've seen a sample from PG&E where they have the draft investment value and like value metrics. You also did mention that you're still developing, finding ways to calculate, and to also reiterate what Richard from Cal Advocates mentioned earlier, that it would be nice if the 3 IOUs could develop the same methodology, and that would save a lot of work, and it'll also be consistent throughout the 3 IOUs. I was just wondering if, to what extent, if SCE has communicated or collaborated with the other IOUs in terms of like developing this methodology and calculations.
Yeah, thanks for the question, John. I can offer my insights, and then if others want to chime in, please feel free to do so. So from my understanding, we've been working very closely with the other IOUs, San Diego and PG&E, to benchmark our processes and visions for integrated planning. And at least to my knowledge, we had multi-day in-person benchmarking sessions to get into the real detailed elements of this and look for where we align or where there may be possible opportunities for alignment there. So definitely a lot of effort so far, and I think we look forward to continuing to collaborate with the other utilities on this.
That's great to hear. When you have your hand up?
Yeah, just to support that answer, we've done extensive benchmarking, not just with California IOUs, but with IOUs across the United States. To the extent we actually have an industry consortium on integrated grid planning, where we do knowledge sharing within the utility industry, and we also have an IEEE task force that is participants from academia, utilities, and other service providers and thought leaders within the industry to think through integrated grid planning as well. Nowhere within those benchmarking and those partnerships and the industry consortiums are we talking about prescribing a single process for integrated grid planning that would apply to all utilities. That is, we're all independent companies. What we're aligning to is the outcomes we're trying to achieve, and a general value framework guidelines that we can follow, and that's what we would like to stick to, right? I think it would be very challenging to be able to come to a same internal process, right, by which to achieve those outcomes. I think we should stick to the outcomes as the area of focus.
Thank you. Final call for any last question or feedback before we move on to SDG&E. Alrighty, no more questions. I'll go ahead and move on to SDG&E. Actually, well, did you guys want to break or go ahead with SDG&E?
I'm flexible, but open to other participants if you guys want to take a quick break.
Yeah, because we're scheduled for, we're 10 minutes early, and let's see. Okay, we gotta say that we should go ahead and proceed. We can end early as well. Okay. Go ahead, Pigeon. I mean, sorry, not Pigeon. SDG&E.
No worries, close now. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ely. I am the Distribution Planning and PMO Manager at SDG&E. My team here at SDG&E manages all the distribution planning projects, including from initiation to execution, and we're responsible for identifying grid needs as part of the annual planning cycle. So today I will be walking through how SDG&E approaches integrated planning, approach shaped by our scale, our customer needs, and our operational priorities. Before I dive into our process, I do want to share a bit about the geographic and demographic landscape that SDG&E serves. SDG&E covers 4,100 square miles, and we serve 3.7 million customers. Fun fact, I learned recently that when SDG&E was formed initially in 1981, we actually only had 3,000 customers. So we have come a long way in how big of a territory that we currently serve and how many communities we serve here in San Diego. However, I recognize that all of you have just seen the numbers provided by PG&E and SCE as far as their territory, and it's clear that SDG&E is a much smaller utility compared to our neighboring IOUs here. So, I just want to, sort of concur with a point that Wen was saying earlier. A lot of times the utilities will have our unique processes, and that's necessary to maintain our each unique needs and support our customers. So with that in mind, let's jump into the overview of SDG&E's approach to integrated planning. Thanks, John. All right, so at SDG&E, integrated planning isn't really a standalone initiative. Rather, it's embedded in our core business process. And particularly for distribution planning results, we already have our results actively used across different work streams, including reliability, wildfire, generation interconnection, new business, customer energization, and vice versa, as those projects information and detailed input from those work streams also flow into the distribution planning process as well. So this really embedded approach allows us to adapt to the local constraint and also accommodating the evolving customer needs without really introducing unnecessary complexity for us as a smaller utility and with a lot less projects and a lot less needs across our systems. Next slide, please. All right, so here we have a visual diagram just to outline the coordination between the distribution planning process and some of our other work stream. For those of you who are familiar with the distribution planning process and has participated in high DR conversations, you're very familiar with this middle diagram. Essentially, it outlines the distribution planning process across three major stages: the forecasting development, the determination of grid requirement, also referred to as grid needs identification, and also moves on to the evaluation for mitigation options. And finally, that flows into the distribution plan and also the project execution aspect of actually implementing the projects identified by the DPP. Now, as we always emphasize within the distribution planning process, this DPP process is a very dynamic process and includes a lot of coordination and interaction with different entities, and has to be flexible enough to accommodate a lot of dynamic input. So those inputs include load requests, project development information, customer inputs, and this type of coordination and dynamic update really flows through not only through the DPP process, the main, sort of the three stages that you see on the screen here, but it also overlaps with the design, construction, basically the entire workflow for implementing and putting a project in service to develop that infrastructure and allow customer or whatever, customer needs need to be met. So integration of projects in other workstream development, it really is not unique in a way because that just flows into these dynamic inputs. If I have to put it sort of into a phase, those type of integration typically happens between the identification of grid needs to evaluation of the mitigation options, as a lot of times these information will be helpful to help refine the option evaluation and support the design and construction stages. So as I mentioned earlier, and you have heard that, colleagues from PG&E SD talk about these as well, the portfolios that in the work stream that overlaps really has a lot of different type of projects. There could be reliability, and there's corrective maintenance, there's the customers and cities, which are another core key components that we have to coordinate with. There's also generation interconnection applications, the underbelly supports and the transmission work, and lastly, the wildfire mitigation work. Next screen, please. Thank you. All right, so with the visual in mind and the fact that we're highlighting how we have a lot of coordination, collaboration going on, and as we respond to the customer requests in different type entity, we also want to share just a little bit of sort of lessons learned as we work through those integration and collaboration on practical terms. And I think it might be helpful just to talk through some of the scenarios. So one scenario, which is not really that common, but it is happening these days, is that one example could be that the forecast from the distribution planning process and also the material standards that's supported by our standards team might guide some diminished sizing and configuration scope change in the work stream that target the same infrastructure. So, in those cases, these sort of adjustment typically have relatively smaller scope impact, and they're also resulting in minimal impacts from the cost perspective, but can help ensure consistency and alignment across different work streams. Varying frequently at SDG&E, sometimes we do have other work stream scope that may overlap with the DPP projects. For example, I think there was an example brought up by another utility as well. Cover conductor portfolio could have overlap with a reconductoring job within SDG&E. For a scenario like this, the work streams would have to quantitatively collaborate to really find that synchronization in timing in a consequential manner. So like potentially if the project can be shifted by a year or two, there is a good opportunity to align and implementing the scope in a collaborative way across the two separate work streams. Although if there's a much larger time gap or there's a driver on the capacity side, the project have to be implemented by a certain time, that could limit the amount of collaboration that can happen. And really, to say in another way, it's not always overlap. It's going to result in a combined or integrated project because there's still a lot of practical consideration that has to be taken in mind. Next slide, please. Now, this is probably an even more infrequent situation. This is where a situation we have a specific DPP identified project, such as reconductoring, overhead circuit, and having a scope overlap with another active work stream. This could happen when there's a overlap in the scope between the two work stream, and the example that we can think of is that, let's say we have a reconductoring example, and there's another aging pole replacement project identified through a corrective pole maintenance projects where that also needs to be replaced. And that is also overlapping with the same reconductoring piece that we're looking to upgrade. So in this case, if the timing can align again, and if the impact to both scopes can be minimized, there is efficiency that can begin to have collaboration and integration between the two work streams to implement the projects in a collaborative way. Now, this scenario typically will result in other work stream aligning to the DPP projects, because DPP project in this case will be the larger scope here, but with negligible impacts to both projects. And the benefit here is just to enhance the overall workflow and also minimize the impact to the project implementation side. Next slide, please. So we wanted to come up with a coordination workflow just to sort of visualize this process a little better, and also to flag the amount of stakeholders that can potentially get involved. Certainly, this is not to capture all the stakeholders. There's a lot more than these, but just some major stakeholder that's as part of the conversation. The diagram is pretty self-explanatory, but from left to right, we're kind of envisioning on the capacity side, which is common, that there's a customer requested energization request that triggers the capacity work. We often would have a group, our customer planner, who's working with the customer directly, We also have the planning engineer, which is on our side, who's supporting the DPP process and also ensure there's enough load capacity, and also do the assessment to see if any upgrade needs to be done to the infrastructure to accommodate this load request. And at the same time, there could be other work stream, which typically have either a project engineer focusing on those work stream or a project manager managing the work. Now, once the project overlap is identified, which typically start with the project engineer checking with the distribution planning engineer to see what type of project is going on the planning side, because they always want to make sure that their scoping and consideration and project implementation is considering the load growth of the system, because that is an important part and important feature of the infrastructure they're looking to upgrade. Now, after the project overlaps identified, it really depends on if the evaluation of the scope, the schedule, and customer needs or other stakeholders' needs, sometimes involving the city and other different stakeholders, it can be accommodated, which allows an integration opportunity to surface. In this case, if there is an integration opportunity, there's going to be a collaboration to implement integrated upgrade, which often will not necessarily always results in a bundle project per se, because, you know, at the end of the day, the bundle versus non-bundle doesn't really make a ton of difference to us CG&E, because for us, the both sort of scope still have to be implemented. But there's also the case where, you know, it's confirmed that because of the scope doesn't fully align and there's timing consideration or cost consideration that doesn't make sense, it will be too much impact to both scope, we will decide the integration is not really practical and the project will remain as separate projects. But nevertheless, still important to do this type of checks and coordination to make sure that we always find the most cost-effective way to develop our projects. Next slide, please. All right, so here we have a, I guess, more pointed example to flag how the scope overlap and what are the factors we consider as we're assessing if there's integration opportunity between the two scope. So one, the work stream, obviously top one, which is the main work stream my team supports, is the distribution planning process and capacity expansion work. So say there conceptually, there's a customer energization request and trigger reconductoring job. And the green box is really indicating in the cover conductor, which we brought up before as one potential work stream that would overlap with the capacity work. The cover conductor team is identify a cover conductor job, and when they're checking with the distribution planning team, the overlap was identified. So like mentioned on the last slide, there's really not there's not a like checklist or a equation that we can run through these type of examples. And plus that's often not the most practical way for us as a smaller utility. Because most of our colleagues are either a phone call away and sometimes we're in the same building or just the building next door. So we do have a lot of those organic conversations and even expanding that sort of type of collaboration in close collaboration to our customer and other stakeholders that we support. So we often would come together and have a very thorough discussion around looking at the scope, timing of the needs on both sides, which one is the primary driver and which one is the larger scope, and do we have any near-term solution, right? So as you can see that we included this sort of time scale here because this is one of the important factors that we will need to consider. Is there a practical way to actually say move up the cover conductor project up to support the capacity needs? Or that cover conductor project is very far out and there's a lot of uncertainty, right? Because for circuit level work, if it's beyond 5 years, there's a lot of uncertainty around and we wouldn't necessarily really initiate the work right now because we still have to really manage our portfolio from a year-to-year basis to ensure that's actually needed. So with all that into consideration, we have to assess what that looks like and is there actual opportunity? And if we do need to if we do have a room on the capacity side to say delay the capacity project a little bit to be able to wait for the cover conductor to really handle the project together, which is not often practical. I think Michael has mentioned that earlier. Oftentimes capacity upgrades are associated with a tight timeline. And because of the customer needs is something that we have to meet and we have obligation to serve. Unless we're able to find a temporary transfer that we can do to allow the customer to energize and figure out the long-term solution once the cover conductor project is ready to implement, we will still have to consider the practical needs and make sure we can meet the customer's energization if we're unable to identify that short-term alternative. So a lot goes into this consideration and this evaluation, and I was hoping just to use this example to talk through what we look at and discuss as part of this type of overlap evaluation discussion. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the summary slide, and just to summarize our approach and just kind of mention a few current stage and consideration and some of the acknowledgement that we have our approach. So as sort of acknowledgement part, SDG&E definitely recognized, and we have long been experiencing that need to plan in an integrated manner to help optimize workflow over time. I don't think that's a new concept to us, as we often have to do that throughout the life cycle for any project that we have to do, because there's often a lot of moving parts when it comes to a project, and a lot of coordination and a lot of changes that we have to be flexible and nimble to in order to meet the target of the in-service date. Now, in certain situations, we definitely acknowledge that aligning the scope and timing can reduce the overall cost and improve the efficiency, and we have been doing that if the opportunity come up. Now, one current stage is important to highlight, and maybe that's where we're a little bit different from other utilities that are much larger than us, is that our portfolio is certainly modest and closely managed in a much smaller scale. For us, energization and associate capacity needs remains very critical and must be really managed closely to ensure that they're materially hampered. Now, as we flagged throughout this discussion and mentioned in the previous sort of visual slide, that our existing practice already includes the checks for overlaps and identify the opportunity for efficiency in our project execution. Some other consideration we just want to mention is that a lot of times additional complex process may offer limited benefit for SDG&E, especially with our current scale, and would introduce higher overall costs for us. And there's also a higher risk of diverting emphasis away from the urgent capacity and energization efforts, affecting the service to customer, which is the outcome that we don't want. Finally, we are certainly remain committed to to meet our customers' needs and timely executing and delivery for our customer. And we remain open to learning from these utility-led pilots where real net efficiency and savings are demonstrated, and always happy to collaborate with our partner IOUs throughout the state to continuously refine and improve our processes. I believe this concludes my presentation. Happy to take any questions.
I see a comment on the chat, but I think this is particular to SDG&E. But I'll just go ahead and read that. It's from Claire from 350 Bay Area. She wants to continue the discussion of how DER can contribute to load functioning and the application that IOUs need to evaluate DER function. Please note, report August 11, 2025, 7 p.m. July 29, 2025. History was made in California. That's when PG&E, SCE, and SDG&E tapped 100,000 residential storage batteries installed by Tesla and Sunrun to form a first of its kind virtual power plant. In all, those batteries supplied about 35 megawatts of electricity to the grid, enough to supply the electrical needs of hundreds of thousands of homes during peak demand. So in the blog post, PG&E said this wasn't a blackout, it wasn't an emergency, it was a test, but it was the largest test of its kind ever done in California and maybe the world. It's not specifically a question, but that's very interesting information. I don't think we really got any question from anyone here. I think I may have a question. Actually, not really. It's more of a comment that I would hope to see more on workshop number 2. I'll provide them an email. I guess for me, I guess PG&E have, again, you did say that you closely have to manage like projects or like a much smaller scale than PG&E and SCE. So you don't necessarily have all these like fancy tools like the GIS that the SCE has, or the really cool map that PG&E was showing the investment costs and projects. But I'm still kind of curious how your conversations go and how you ultimately decide, yeah, this makes sense to integrate the different work streams together. I mean, I think in that discussion, there's probably going to be some kind of like, like monetary or financial estimation to see if it's really like financially feasible to do these upgrades together. So I'm more curious to see that part of the conversation and collaboration, more so in like workshop too, so not necessarily something you have to address now.
Thanks, John. I do want to clarify in case my GIS team got really mad at me for spreading the rumors. We do have fancy systems like GIS. This conversation is more towards like more kind of the need to really put a lot of all the needs into a central system because of the quantity of the needs, right? That's not something that we're experiencing today.
I think since there's no other specific questions to SDG&E, we can go towards stakeholder panel and open discussion. If there's any general questions about this integrated workshop, other questions for all 3 IOUs, then we can have this discussion here. Gabe, are you here?
Yes, I am here.
All right.
Do we have panelists identified? I know that Richard was agreed to be one, but can you tell me if others did also agree?
I actually did not receive any other like requests to participate in the panelists, but I think if there are people here.
This is going to be general Q&A for everyone. And anyone, can participate and anyone can ask a question. But Richard, since we had spoken about maybe, your opening remarks and you've been very active in this conversation, just to sort of kick the conversation off for Q&A, I might, ask a question of you or two if you're so inclined. So you've heard now from 3 different presentations, and you had some opening remarks and offered some of your own guiding principles or public advocates' guiding principles. So just for starters, have you learned more about integrated planning today than what you knew, coming into this at the beginning of this process?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think I'd say that we have learned some more about how the IOUs are currently approaching it, how it impacts their systems and other elements of their planning process. I think that's yes.
And I see that Wen is raising his hand, so please chime in.
Yeah, and just to follow up on Richard's response, I was just thinking about from the PG&E perspective, what do we want? What do we as the utilities want the stakeholders here to walk away with? And I think the primary thing is that we are building internal processes. We have, I think, very clear and defined goals that we want to achieve with deploying the integrated grid planning process. internally, and I think those are aligned with the stakeholders here, right? We're focused on efficiently being able to plan and perform the work, and to avoid rework for our customers, and to get those unit cost efficiencies and the avoidance of plant outages, right? That's I think we can be aligned on those outcomes. I think what I also want the audience to walk away with is that we do have unique implementations. They all are intended with the same outcomes in mind, but unique implementation. And so to that extent, I really want us to have a productive discussion about what we can do if there are first to get alignment on those outcomes, and then two, to have a productive conversation about what we can modify to be able to achieve those outcomes. But it really concerns me when we're talking about coming up with a single prescriptive approach. We here at PG&E, we spent millions of dollars deploying processes and solutions to enable this process that we described, and we're going live next year. And it's been a 3-year process to get to this point, right? And to have for us to change what we're doing and to be able to adopt something prescriptive would be incredibly disruptive. And I don't think it comes, that disruption would come with negative consequences from an affordability standpoint. And so I just wanted to make sure that we aligned, and that you guys walked away with the fact that we have the same outcomes in mind, and that we are doing something about that.
Can I just say in response, I think we've heard about how the utilities are doing their planning at the moment, and we understand that they've taken a particular approach to it. I guess I felt like I understood what the ordering paragraph in the decision was trying to get at, and I did like the idea of the utility thinking, well, what would an unbundled project look like? And then what would be the added cost and added benefits? I think that's a good discipline for the utility when thinking about, as we discussed, load growth in an uncertain environment, and that I think it should be taking a particular approach to whether it's going to build a project bigger than it otherwise would have. I think that analytical discipline is worthwhile, and it's useful for stakeholders to understand that there is a standardized approach to how that assessment will be done that everyone understands, and ideally that it's applied consistently across all utilities where we understand what's going into it, to get confidence that the utilities are thinking about, well, is it a good idea to build bigger on this occasion than we otherwise would have when we were applying our RDF and doing our wildfire mitigation work. So I guess I feel like I can't conceptually understand what the commission decision was driving at, and I do think there's a lot of benefits there in having that approach applied.
So Richard, I interpreted the question, both your question and also the paragraph 17 as, how does the utility handle uncertainty in our forecasts within our planning? Right. That's the broader question. How do we handle uncertainty in our planning? But the way
I think I think there could be more examples than that. As I said earlier, there may be more examples than that, but I think we are thinking about how load growth driven upgrades are to be factored into other distribution work that the utility undertakes. And yes, I think in the load growth space, we are dealing with a lot of uncertainty. So maybe uncertainty is a key focus of this. Yes.
And I think that's the question that we'd be happy to answer, right? How do we handle uncertainty? But the way that the order in paragraph 17, it's really it's forcing us to answer a question in a process that we haven't implemented, right? So it's very, very prescriptive, and that was a challenge. So taking a step back, I think that's the intention, is like understanding when it comes to load growth, and your example is a good one because I think it's a real one, of how, like, if we're doing a wildfire undergrounding work and there's a potential an uncertain load growth that's been identified in the future, do we add additional conduits to that undergrounding work, because it would be much more expensive, right? If we tried to add that and increase the size of our trench and things like that. And so I think we can come back and say, hey, you know what? Within our planning processes, this is how we handle uncertainty. There's a certain amount of certainty that we bank on as we incorporate it into downstream planning processes, but there's a certain amount of uncertain forecasts that we monitor, but we don't move into our financial and investment planning process, right? And so I think we'd be happy to discuss that.
It does need to involve, I think it does need to involve costs to understand, it's a weighing up of the additional cost involved in bigger trench or the bigger conduit weighed up against what the benefits are in the context of the uncertainty.
I think the question is, how much do we move uncertain forecasts into our investment planning? That's what I'm trying to get at, right? It's a whole new dimension that we would need to, that uncertainty would be in probability of realized value is essentially what you're talking about. It's like, well, if the load growth is 100% confidence, then there's a certain amount of value in performing the work. And now if there's uncertainty, how do we judge the value? Do we just multiply by the probability and that's it? I mean, because there's a huge range, right? There's a huge amount of uncertainty, and now we're talking about a huge distribution of realized value that could happen. And so how do we incorporate that into investment planning? I mean, I frankly don't think we should go down that route. I think we should think as utilities, we should think about our investments for our customers in terms of concrete value that we can forecast and also measure over time, which is being asked for, by the way, in what is it, phase 4 of the RAMP and GRC filings.
But why isn't this kind of weighing up of benefits and costs about delivering value to ratepayers? Because we don't want to proceed with an investment that may not be needed.
I'm sorry, ask that again.
Can I?
Well, it's just that. Okay, yeah. Was someone else wanting to talk there?
I wanted to participate in the discussion.
Sure, join in.
This is Claire Broom with 350 Bay Area. We have been a party in the high DR proceeding since 2021. We have commented in writing that this proceedings needed not only to consider ways in which the grid needed to accommodate more DER and therefore construct appropriate infrastructure, but also to look at how DER can support ratepayers in constraining the expenditures on distribution, which are an enormous part of our bills. 350 Bay Area is both environmental, but we also have a reach of 23,000 people who pay electricity costs in the Bay Area. Specifically on this particular question, we totally agree with Richard that there needs to be a systematic approach, and we need to have as structured and consistent approach to evaluating the investments that are made. What we are hearing today, in my opinion, is project planning for the utilities, which obviously has to do. And I'm really glad you're considering how to do fewer truck rolls. But when you ignore the way in which fully utilizing DER, including front of the meter storage, including VPP, you are ignoring tools that could seriously decrease the needs for investment. And that's been proven both in reality and in modeling. The other point that is really important to pay attention to is to say that you evaluated that with DIDF, I think is not documented by the voluminous proceedings. The way DIDF was structured, it eliminated huge areas where DER could provide value. So no, DIDF, I agree it was a failure. I do not agree it proved that DER could not provide substantial value to ratepayers, as well as, finally, the environmental aspect of this is we are in a time-sensitive situation, and DER are fast. I understand the commission has decided that the IOUs will do phase 2 of the electrification impact study. That was interesting. And I agree that hopefully information will come out of that that can be helpful in this. But to me, if you talk about integrated planning, this discussion has to move beyond IOU project planning and incorporate what integrated planning for a clean, reliable, safe, and affordable electricity system will look like for California.
Thank you, Claire. Just kind of shifting us back to the scope of today. Integrated planning isn't integration of everything into planning, but the good news is there are many other work streams and tracks within this proceeding where the role of DER is included. So in the overall distribution planning process, the role of DER is factored into the forecast. And in the EIS Part 2 study, there will be a load flexibility scenario, and there's a directive to then propose how to integrate load flexibility into distribution planning. So I'm trying to get the conversation back to today's scope, but also just pointing out that there are active work streams trying to address what you're raising, which are valid points, but maybe not central to what we set out to discuss today.
And I hear you, Gabe, and I agree. I'm happy to continue this discussion of fair project planning to minimize or to be as efficient as possible. I would feel more comfortable if there was a clearer commitment to bringing these streams together and also having substantive input from folks who do not have direct financial interests in their particular answer. And secondly, it is not help. I disagree with Jan Strack. The way the IPER uses DER has been acknowledged by the Energy Commission to not be able to incorporate the value of storage when it's not just lowering demand, but it's actually providing energy. That's only one example of how the IPER is not an accurate measure of how DER play in the system.
All right, well, this debate is going to go on, but I'm just going to ask that we return to the primary scope of today, which is integrated planning. And we welcome any other questions, any other comments. I know there have been some questions about, interpreting ordering paragraph 17, and this is certainly a good place to, share your interpretations, because ultimately it will lead to an advice letter filing in December. So there's time to refine what people's views are about that. But if utilities or stakeholders would like to speak about what they see as the purpose of that ordering paragraph, that's certainly helpful, or other topics and other questions.
I mean, I guess I'll just say again, I did think it was reasonably clear, and I heard PG&E say earlier that their approach complies with what they perceive to be the spirit of that, but not the wording. And I guess I'm just not, I do wonder what PG&E's lawyers think about that. I mean, the Commission in its wisdom, I think, has produced a reasonably clear ordering paragraph. And I mean, we are all now bound by that.
Yeah, I think generally that, I mean, that's a fair that's a fair call out to the situation that we're in, right? And we're certainly going to have to respond to the ordering paragraph and submit advice letter in an attempt to try to answer all the questions. I think a lot of the questions in ordering paragraph 17 we touched upon, although we didn't directly say, hey, this slide or this step within the process specifically addresses this. We intend to make that connection within our advice letter. But going on record, just making, just calling out our concern that that paragraph is prescriptive, and we're going to be describing our process in the advice letter the best we can to align to what the intent is. And there, to Miles Gordon's comment as well in the chat. Yes, we intend to make the connection to RDF. Our teams are doing the analysis right now. I failed to identify myself when I first started presenting. So I'm the senior director of integrated grid planning here at PG&E. We have a separate risk team that's working on the risk models and in RDF, and so we'll certainly make that connection in our responses.
And I think it would be useful also just to draw the connection to DUPA. So I heard Michael from SCE say that the DUPA, so this is the DUPA is the distribution utility planning report, distribution upgrade project report. So the list of projects that I think we understand that the utility is intending to proceed to plan against. But I heard Michael say, well, as the integrated process is deployed, that may mean that some of the DUPA projects are changed, modified, upgraded. And so I guess I'd be interested both in the relationship between the integrated process and what happens in the RDF on the wildfire mitigation side, which, as Miles has pointed out, is a prescriptive process that utilities have to undertake, but then also how the integrated process overlays or sits with the DUPA on the capacity side and what it means for the projects that are in the DUPA. Do they get superseded, or can we still trust the DUPA as a list of projects that the utility is putting forward that it needs to plan?
So I do think that part of the advice letter will need to, directly address not just integrated planning, but how does integrated planning integrate with the current DPEP process, the distribution planning and execution process. So I think that has to be laid out clearly in the advice letters. Any other questions?
This is John from CPUC. I'm just curious for all three utilities. In which workstream would you find the most value out of integrated planning? I know we talked a lot about undergrounding, but I'm curious if undergrounding would provide the best cost savings in integrated planning, and what would be your number 2, number 3 areas?
It's a little bit more guessing, right, at this point, right? Because at least for PG&E, because we're deploying the process live next year. But what we anticipate is, as I described, during our presentation, that the capacity work and the wildfire mitigation work, there's multi-year plans. There's projects that are in flight already, and so that work will move forward, and we'll utilize those as anchoring projects as described, and look for opportunities to bundle other work. And so in that opportunity to look for other work to bundle, I think the most meaningful impact potentially could be within the asset health work, right? And so looking for those 2 first and 3 first as we address wildfire and as we address the capacity needs, there's an opportunity to bring in additional asset health and a grid modernization type of work. And I think that may be where some of the impacts are going to be seen. And so, of course, this is all conjecture until we fully run the tool and the optimization next year. But that's a working theory for us.
What about for SDG&E and SCE?
So for SDG&E, I think it's hard to say which work portfolio is going to have the most integration, because we really think the integration will be rather limited across all portfolio. We have been doing wildfire projects for a while now, and the amount of undergrounding that we got approved through last GRC is going downwards. So there's even less integration opportunity going forward. But I don't have a quantitative view on, it's hard to forecast, right? To give you exact top 3 in the future years. But overall, I would say, if you look at our number of capacity projects, you'll know kind of the integration opportunity is really minimal in general, because our capacity projects number is not super high in the first place.
Thank you. Anyone from SCE?
John, if you don't mind, could you repeat the question? I think you're asking for, was it the top 3 benefits?
We're just discussing about undergrounding as potentially one of the main work stream that could provide high value for cost savings. So I'm just curious what our youth are seeing for other potential work streams that could provide really good value, so we can focus on those areas.
I see. So, I mean, my intuition is just the, aging infrastructure across our distribution system, I perceive to be quite large. So even absent the effort to underground lines, strictly the replacement of old infrastructure, I think presents a large opportunity for where we can look for the coincidence of these capacity needs. That's at least the thought that comes to mind there.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's helpful, because gives us more ideas on maybe perhaps areas we want to prioritize, because integrated planning, we do have a lot of different work streams, but of course we have also limited time and energy to really review these things. So it's beneficial to identify, target, and focus on items, work streams that could provide the most benefits for us. I see a question in the chat from Claire. Can CPUC please tell us how the timeline for these advice letters will be coordinated with integration of results of the electrification impact studies? I'm not sure on that one. Does anyone in my team have an answer for this?
Hey, I can chime in. This is Tyler Nam, utility engineer on the grid planning team. I believe that the answer that I give is that the electrification impact study is a study and is not related to directly related to planning for the distribution grid. So I don't think there is a clear connection between the two, and I don't think that they'll be integrated.
Thank you, Tyler. Anyone else have any questions or feedback? Claire, you have your hands raised. Do you have additional questions or comments?
I'm just puzzled. I hear what Nam said, but at least two of the utilities said that they would have more information about the possible role of DER as they conduct the electrification impact studies. But from a ratepayer perspective, if we have advice letters coming which are going to approve very substantial amounts of spending, it would seem important to understand whether some of that spending can be avoided. And at least two of the utilities said the electrification impact study would provide useful information.
I can address this one. So the integrated planning advice letters are not approving funding. They are simply a compliance filing to get approval of a framework for integrated planning. So that's not going to approve funds. The electrification impact study part 2, as we've mentioned, does have a scenario for load flexibility, and the same decision that ordered this workshop also ordered that there would be a decision in the proceeding on how load flexibility is integrated into distribution planning, so overall distribution planning. And so part of the scope of the EIS study will be recommendations from utilities on how to integrate load flexibility and distribution planning. And then, of course, there will be record development through comments in the proceeding on that study to inform a decision which is going to address the integration of load flexibility into distribution planning. So hopefully that addresses the question and why these advice letters are not related to that.
So that's a very helpful clarification, Gabe. You know, it's just, and it's good that there'll be opportunities for parties to comment, but it has, when in fact the utilities are being asked to provide the solutions, are there opportunities for parties to offer alternative solutions rather than just be commenting after the fact?
That's what the stakeholder comment period is for. The commission can consider the full record of the proceeding, not just the utilities position, but they can consider position of parties. And so that's why we create those opportunities for record development.
Alrighty. I do want to make a few more comments because I've observed that there's a bit of, I guess, not confusion, but regarding OP 17, I just want to discuss a little bit on the staff thoughts when we were creating these ordering paragraphs on integrated planning. So one of our key ideas here is there are going to be uncertainty for some future capacity upgrades. Like Richard was saying earlier, he was emphasizing on like probability, uncertainty. But if the needs are already certain and if we're for sure gonna need those upgrades, then integrated planning is a much simpler process. But what we want to look at is kind of like thinking if we want to upgrade more than what's needed now, so we can prevent upgrading the same system again in the future. But of course, it's hard to tell whether the needs would actually be there after 5, 6, 7 years. It's hard to really estimate the certainty of how much of that would be 100% needed. And so our idea is, okay, let's say there's 75% chance that it would come into fruition, and then we can look at it right now. Okay, how much would it cost if we do the distribution upgrade this time versus if we do it again 3 years from now? What would be the cost savings if we combine, say, undergrounding or maybe pole replacement to change the degraded capacity poles for health assessment or net health assessment. So that's what we want to see if it's is it worth it to do the extra upgrade now. I see a question from Wendu. Go ahead.
Yeah, John, thanks for that clarification. Can you speak to what the staff had in mind when they use the word future? What time scale are you guys talking about? 3 years, 5 years, 10 years? What does that look like for you guys?
We didn't really think of any specific timing on that, and yeah, I mean that's part of what we're wanting to explore here in the integrated planning workshop is, do we want to assign values on projects that are going to be 10 years from now, 7 years from now? Because again, it's uncertainty and probability.
Right. So one more clarification. When in your opening presentation, you started with the current state of distribution planning and gave an example of an upsized project. And as you correctly pointed out, that's the current process. You evaluate the risks of upsizing to avoid spending more later if the net present value is justified. And so that's already what's happening. So I just wanted to clarify that we know that that's already currently a practice, and that's not what we meant by integrated planning. I think that was clear in your presentation. I think you understood that very well. So integrated planning would be focused on, as you pointed out, looking at other work streams where you could integrate 2 different separately planned projects at a lower cost to ratepayers, even if it meant, moving up the in-service date. If the economics or the cost benefit was positive to the ratepayers, then it would be a prudent investment. So, but to answer your question, no, I don't think we had a specific time frame in mind. But I think what you clarified in your presentation is that you're seeing other work streams as inputs into integrated planning, and looking at where and when it makes sense to combine projects or bundle projects, as the term was used.
Yeah, and in our process, even though our distribution planning process has data looking out 13, 16 years, as Brad had described, right? We take the next 10 years of input into that integrated planning process, into that integrated grid planning process, where there's more certainty around load growth, to bundle with other work, right? And so that was a there was a clarification about the PG&E timescales.
Hey Gabe, this is E. I maybe just a clarification question there. From your perspective, is ordering paragraph 17 still coming from the perspective of capacity projects? Meaning you're trying to understand how capacity projects are changed through integrated planning opportunities.
Yes, I do think that's how we see it. Is that?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think that's what initially, I mean, at least on SDG&E side, that's what initially caused some confusion for us, is trying to figure out which angle are we assessing the ordering paragraph 17, right? Because we do have different business units. We're not experts on some of the other portfolios that's brought up in the staff proposal. Particularly the RDF risk, decision framework. I don't even know if I got the acronym right, to be candid there, is a really prescriptive process for WMP projects, right? It's not something that's impacting capacity project. It also doesn't impact a lot of other portfolio projects either. So that's where it got a little confusing. Are we just responding to from the perspective of capacity project? And in the sense, if there is a integration overlap with the WMP portfolio, which is when the RDF comes in, or is the RDF like more brought up in the general sense? That's the part that I was mostly confused about.
I have to say, I understood it differently, which is that as the example I gave at the start showed, I mean, I was imagining an RDF project, say a wildfire mitigation project, and then thinking about whether that project should be built bigger to accommodate capacity, load growth means, so purposes. So it's thinking about starting with a non-capacity project and thinking about whether a capacity needs should influence that project to be undertaken differently. I mean, it could work both ways, but that was the example that I had in mind based on reading ordering paragraph 17. And I guess that's why some of our questions were getting at, well, how does the cost-benefit analysis that's proposed under OP17 integrate with the RDF, which is the risk mitigation framework undertaken for wildfire mitigation projects?
This is John, and yes, I'd like to clarify and agree with Richard. When we thought of integrated planning, the capacity upgrade would be the secondary. So, for example, the primary work would be undergrounding. And you would think, okay, while we're doing the undergrounding, does it make sense to upgrade the capacity now? So, yes, the wildfire would be the primary driver. And then you follow up with the question whether distribution upgrade makes sense.
Well, I think the part that's confusing is that unless there's specifically a change on the capacity side, that sort of decision making is happening WMP, right? Taking the example that everyone's pointing back to. And Hydeo doesn't have a sort of, like, WMP had their own process, a very complicated process, and many of them have brought it up, right? There is guideline they have to follow. They have to implement. I can't see how that really plays into the capacity project unless, we're getting to a point which I I don't know if that ever happened for SDG&E, right? Like we are not doing a capacity project and somehow WMP is absorbing it. Even then, that type of risk decision framework, right? The reassessment will just naturally happen in WMP instead of in high DER.
But how does the benefit cost ratio under the RDF, how does that factor in load growth and the uncertainty of the load growth? I mean, I think the idea is that there's a process that's undertaken for capacity reasons, and then that itself somehow feeds into the RDF or is an overlay to the RDF. But I mean, I was thinking that our discussion today was partly to talk about how those two processes were to interact.
Well, we're missing quite the stakeholder here, right? We don't have a way to change RDF. It's adopted by commission.
Yeah, let me try to take a stab at describing this from the PG&E standpoint, and I will say that for how the wildfire mitigation projects utilizing RDF are first identified and prioritized, I can't speak to that, but I can describe what we do with it afterwards, and how it integrates with the IGP process. And so currently we have a wildfire PMO that goes through and performs a system risk assessment to identify all the areas that has high wildfire risk and therefore needs wildfire mitigation. And those projects are prioritized utilizing the RDF framework. I'm certain of that. There is a list of projects that is then given to the IGP team, and we take those projects verbatim with the planned dates of delivery, and we ingest them into our system needs and integrated planning process. And for those circuits where a wildfire project is planned, wildfire mitigation project is planned, we also aggregate the other system needs that are associated with that circuit to determine if there's other work that can be bundled and moved forward with that wildfire project. I think, however, we were not intending on increasing the spend of those projects as associated with wildfire. And so, if, for example, if there's at the same time an opportunity to bundle, let's say, capacity work with that wildfire work that's happening, financially, we'd separate the cost of those two. And so the wildfire project would move forward, and any incremental and additional costs would be associated with the actual capacity upgrade. And so the working theory is that the cost to deliver that capacity for the load growth would then be reduced because there would be efficiency with executing the work with the wildfire work, and there wouldn't be any impacts to the delivery of the wildfire project, both from a financial standpoint nor from a timing standpoint.
That sounds very clear to me and seems to make perfect sense.
I'm glad. Took us a while to get here.
Yeah, I thought that was clear as well. I'm not 100% sure how the cost recovery process works, because you're not changing the underlying cost of the wildfire investment, but you are bundling it with a capacity project.
This is the point that I tried to make when doing the Q&A for the PG&E portion. There was a question about how does this work with the GRC framework, and I said, hey, there's a fundamental inconsistency between a bundled work planning, integrated planning and work execution to the programmatic way that the GRCs are structured today, right? And so I was calling that out, and that's something that we'll need to solve for in the future together with all these stakeholders. But we currently are solving for a mapping back to the financials back to the GRC chapters.
And staff from the GRC able to comment on this question?
Gabe, not at this time. I need to just familiarize myself a little bit more with the current discussions we're having. So I don't want to preemptively say anything that's just out of turn.
Sure.
But we're listening.
Can I follow on from Wen's point, which, as I said, I think I understood. It just seems to me that if you're separating out the financials, so as I understand it, you have the financials for the RDF wildfire mitigation projects, and then you may bundle and you may build it bigger, but the additional incremental cost gets tagged back or charged back to capacity. Doesn't that make it easy then to say, well, this is what the wildfire mitigation project would have been, and this is what the cost of that would have been, and we can exactly see what the incremental cost is, and therefore help you to do your cost benefit analysis of whether the incremental additional capacity projects outweighs the benefits that would deliver.
We have a.
I think that so I think I'm understanding your question. Your question is, couldn't we then separate the calculations of the value of the incremental capacity cost to the value of the project versus the.
Because you already know, you already have to break out the incremental cost anyway. So you've already got that. You can say, well, here's the cost of the wildfire project. Presumably you can work out the benefits of that. We already break out the separate cost of the capacity projects. And now all we need to do is work out whether that additional capacity project cost is less than or outweighs the additional benefits from a capacity point of view that incremental project would deliver.
Right, except we haven't, going back to the order in paragraph 17, we haven't calculated the cost of a future independent capacity project to compare the difference between executing in a bundled fashion today versus executing in a independent fashion in the future. What we do have are the numbers for the incremental cost to the existing project that we can break out, plus the incremental value from a capacity standpoint to discuss what the incremental value is or what the separate cost benefit ratio of the capacity portion is versus the wildfire portion.
Jim, can you be sure our folks who work on
Yeah, I guess I think that I understand that. Yeah, and I think maybe that means that to comply with ordering paragraph 17, you have to come up with a mock-up of what the cost might be if you did the capacity project later to compare how much that would cost compared to building it bigger now.
And that's where all three utilities are trying to avoid, because what that would require from an internal process standpoint is a completely different engineering estimating process for that future project that we're not going to do, right? And so we would have literally engineering project engineers develop a phantom project, send it to our project management office, that would subsequently send it to our estimators and our LEAP dependencies and environmental teams to come up with a total cost for a phantom project that they're not going to execute. Where are they going to charge all that time and money? Right? That project doesn't exist. It's a phantom project. All we're doing is an analysis to figure out, running scenarios, right? That's what we've been saying is that we're trying to avoid. We can provide you, we're confident that within a 10-year horizon, executing one project is going to be more affordable than executing two, and we can provide you the cost benefits of broken out by the different costs like that we just discussed. But we do not want to spend the extra dollars and the efforts to be able to quantify the cost of a separate project in the future, just so that we can justify project by project that executing a bundle project today is more efficient than executing two projects. I think we can perhaps do one or two dummies just to show that that is indeed the case. And honestly, PG&E has already done a real life pilot to prove that that's the case, where we can move it away from that project by project analysis.
Yeah, I guess I'm struggling to see how. I mean, it's not the case that every possibility of future load growth has to be reflected in an incremental enhanced project. So there has to be some weighing up as to whether it's beneficial to go for that enhancement, that bigger project now, given the expectations around load growth. Like it's not, you can't just always build every project bigger. There has to be some sort of a weighing up in there.
That's right, and exactly right. And that's what I was saying is that how we handle the uncertainty in terms of the projected load growth is actually through the distribution planning process, where only the load growth that we're confident in gets fed into the investment planning process. And where there's uncertainty, especially in the beyond the 10-year horizon, where there's uncertain loads that we anticipate but then have lower confidence in, those are monitor conditions until we get closer to the day and realize that it is, right? And so there's so we may miss a few opportunities in terms of bundling because something that's uncertain becomes certain, but we avoid also at the same time making investments where there was uncertainty and then those load growth is never realized.
What about if you just did the enhanced project based on known load and not pending load? What about if you excluded pending load from that enhanced project basis and only based it on known load?
Well, that's my point. Is we look at future load and known load growth, and like we look at the loads that we need to address today, and also within the next 10 years where we have relative confidence in, and we bring that into the fold. Whereas more uncertain loads, we don't.
Yeah, okay, well, that's an interesting idea. So that would cut pending load out of that process completely and just base enhanced projects in an integrated sense on known load. So that's load that is already the subject of an application for energization.
Well, and also loads that we have more confidence in. I think there is some of that. So I think we do need to describe how we handle uncertainty within our planning processes.
And that might come in the next workshop, perhaps?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know enough to speak to it, but I think that is a point. And I think that's what, and that's why was the language is like, hey, like, I think the question that we're really trying to answer is that question, right? Not that how do we compare a future project versus the current project? Because, you know, as we just landed on that analysis we were trying to avoid.
Yeah, so this is Michael from SEE. Maybe just a couple thoughts I'd like to add here. I think, you know, we're very much looking forward to the resolutions of both pending loads and scenario planning. We're hoping that those resolutions envision a process where the various levels of confidence in pending loads are treated appropriately in scenario planning, such that the output of scenario planning is makes decisions that are based on the highest confidence sources of pending load. So at least for us, we were envisioning that all of the projects that we will execute on, the decision making from a capacity standpoint would be made within primarily scenario planning, with pending loads, of course, as an input to scenario planning. And then the result of that would be our, you know, scenario informed single investment plan as described in the decision. And that would be fed into the integrated planning process. So by the time the capacity needs arrive in integrated planning, they are already the needs that we've confirmed are high enough confidence to be executing on.
So you're taking down notes, very, very interesting points. Oh no. Sorry about the dog barking. I think we want to move on the conversations. Do anyone have any other questions and comments before we move on to the next steps? already. I want to discuss the next steps. We did have a very productive workshop. It's a new topic for many of us. So we did want to get feedback for the next workshop. So I'd like to get feedback and questions. And that's going to be submitted to the high DER proceeding service list by October 24. So that would be 2 weeks from now.
And John, sorry to interrupt, but I want to make it clear that so we welcome all questions, obviously, from from our standpoint. But those questions would then be answered during the workshop number 2, and clarify that we're not expected to try to provide written answers in the context of like a data request between the 2 workshops.
Yes, I was going to point that out, that we are not going to be answering all the questions. It will be like looking at them and just, again, it depends what kind of questions we even get, if they might be beneficial to provide like some quick information or quick answer to some of those questions. But they will for sure be taken into account for workshop number 2.
Yeah, I want to be clear, and I want to. So what I would like to advocate for is strike the second bullet. CPUC and IOUs will answer select questions by November 7th. I think to put that under bullet 3, to say CPUC and IOUs will answer questions as part of the workshop number 2, scheduled for the week of November 17th.
Okay. Yeah. So for now, just submit the questions. We may or may not answer them, but it will be considered for workshop number 2, at least. And then workshop number 2 is to be determined. I will send out invites, notifications to the service list when we have a more certain date. But right now it's tentative-ish, around the week of November 17. The ordering paragraph does provide up to 8 weeks from the first workshop to hold the second workshop. But since this workshop has been delayed by about 10 days, that will kind of like shorten up the time between the 2 workshops. The IOUs do have an advice letter due on December 15, 2025. With that said, any final comments or remarks before I close off the workshop? Again, thank you again, everyone, for participating and for the IOUs presenting the proposals. Thanks for the RDF teams and the GRC teams for joining us here. It's there will be some further discussion how those different proceedings will interact with the integrated planning. With that said, I'd like to adjourn the workshop and have a good rest of your day. Have a good weekend.
We never did.
Thank you all. Thanks for participating.
Thank you.
Thank you.